Can a scholar be called a villain? Chapter 51, Dragon Seeker Ring. The three figures that Murong Lin had sensed earlier walked out from behind the crowd. Two frail-looking people were supporting a sickly person in the middle. They were Lu Haimiao, Tang Qin, and Murong Xing. Lu Haimiao was wearing a simple neat-looking dress and had a calm expression. Tang Qin was dressed in white, his head lowered, making it hard to see the dark expression on his face. The two of them were supporting Murong Xing, who had a pale complexion that seemed to hint that he was suffering from severe, unrecovered injuries. He stumbled with every step, only barely managing to walk with the help of the two people by his side. The crowd looked on in a daze as the three slowly walked towards them, completely silent. They weren't shocked at Lu Haimiao and Tang Qin, after all, these weren't familiar people. But how many of them knew the seventh prince Murong Xing? Who didn't know of the multi-talented Murong Xing, who was gifted in his literature and martial endeavors? And who didn't know of Murong Xing's disappearance in the valley? They were currently staring at the face of a person that was widely considered to be dead. This had caused their minds to go blank for a moment before they could even react. That's His Highness the Seventh Prince? He's still alive. My heavens! The seventh prince is all right. I heard that the three other princes were already confirmed to be dead. Tui! The heavens help the worthy, His Highness the seventh prince is protected by the gods themselves. But why did he appear here? And not the imperial palace? The crowd broke out into discussions as expressions of shock hung on their faces. Some people that were close to Murong Xing started walking to his side, asking him about his well-being with visible worry. Murong Lin looked at the Tang Qin that was next to Murong Xing with a raised eyebrow, glancing at him for a short moment before looking away. He was sure of it now, the person that was spying on him was Tang Qin. After all, the mental strength and concealment techniques of the Tang sex members were considered to be extraordinary. But Murong Lin had never expected Murong Xing to have escaped from the valley with his life, much less his meeting and return to the capital with Tang Qin. Lu Haimiao and Tang Qin supported Murong Xing as they walked over to Wang Renmei's side. After slowly sitting down on a chair, Murong Xing looked at the gathered people and opened his mouth. Murong Xing, greet everyone. The people beneath immediately brushed off his formality, staring at him with anxious eyes, some filled with concern, some with affection, some with confusion, and even some with tranquility. Wang Renmei clapped her hands, asking for everyone to quiet down before speaking. The seventh prince entered the capital today with sister Lu Haimiao and brother Tang Qin, but he is still gravely injured. As for the culprit behind this incident, His Highness the seventh prince and brother Tang Qin has found a method to identify them. Tang Qin walked forward slowly, raising the blood-red crystal in his hands. The crowd glanced at each other, some of their faces pale from recognizing what it was, while the seventh prince's gaze was solemn. What is this? Why is there some kind of powerful aura surrounding it? Fug! It can't be. The Dragon God Crystal. That's the Dragon God Crystal. Tang Qin looked at the clamoring crowd before him as a hint of sorrow flashed past his eyes. After a moment, his emotions stabilized as he raised the Dragon God Crystal. Yes, this is the Dragon God Crystal. He then took a ring from his finger. This is the Dragon Seeker ring that I've created with the aura in the Dragon God Crystal. It is able to seek and detect the Dragon God Crystal's aura within a 300-meter range. The closer it is, the brighter this ring will shine. Tang Qin showed off the item, helping the crowd instantly understand its uses. The smarter people within the crowd asked, Your Highness the seventh prince, you can't be thinking of having us search for the Dragon God Crystals, are you? Murong Xing nodded, his complexion deathly pale. Everyone should know that the blood spirits have completely entered the capital. We should use this ring and this opportunity to completely eradicate them this time, and everyone can find the true culprit behind all of this without facing any risk. We can avenge the deaths of my brothers. But why not hand over this item to the army or the officials? Someone else asked, fearfully glancing at the Dragon God Crystal in Tang Qin's hands. Murong Lin shook his head subtly. For the blood spirits to enter the capital with all of their forces, they must have had spies planted within the imperial court. There is also the mysterious cult leader making it impossible for the army to take action directly. But for the rest of you, as you are all the most active people within the capital, your movements won't alarm the enemies. The crowd finally understood their plan by this point. Murong Lin and Wang Renmei wanted to borrow the help of boisterous wealthy youths like them as a cover to numb the enemy's senses as they secretly searched for the true culprit and the members of the blood spirits. The people that they knew and the number of their subordinates were definitely enough to cover the entire capital, without missing a single trace of information whatsoever. Tang Qin stared at the people gathered as he placed more strength into his fingers, tightly grabbing onto the Dragon God Crystal and Dragon Seeker Ring in his hands. This was the first step in avenging his father. He would never let the blood spirits go. Murong Lin coughed once before repeating himself, everyone here should be well informed. 3 of my brothers have died this time, while 100,000 people were led to their demise in the valley. Now that the blood spirits are hidden in the capital, it is important for everyone to keep their guards up, as they might be planning an even bigger scheme this time. Please, consider this as me troubling everyone. No one had seen Murong Lin like this before, no matter how elegant and refined he was usually, and how sociable he was, no one had ever heard the words, trouble from his mouth before. Someone stepped forward, how many rings do you have? Tang Qin and Murong Lin were stunned for a moment, but Tang Qin quickly responded, just 150, we don't have much. That person reached his hand out, shut your mouth, I misspoke. Give me a ring, I'm the most familiar with the Red Forest Square, leave it to me. Tang Qin looked at the person before him in gratitude as he handed him a Dragon Seeker ring. Murong Lin stared at the person as well, slowly speaking, thank you, third brother. The person taking the ring was Murong Lin. Murong Lin smiled, patting Murong Lin's back as he replied, don't worry. Afterwards, people lined up as they took the rings for themselves. Considering that it wasn't particularly dangerous and that the most they'd lose was their own time and energy, the 108 districts of the capital weren't going to be hard for the 300 people here to cover. Wang Renmei stood at the sides, glancing at Murong Lin in interest. Murong Lin, on the other hand, was completely indifferent as he fiddled with the Dragon Seeker ring in his hands. It wasn't created with Yan's traditional refining methods, it was somewhat crude at first glance, but the meticulously crafted components inside the ring made it resemble a hidden weapon instead. Murong Lin glanced at Tang Qin, observing the aura surrounding his body. It was very cold. It wasn't the kind of coolness that hid a warmth within. It was simply cold. Perhaps this was what a hidden weapon and poison expert should be like, a person with the coldest heart facing the cold, harsh world. But it was evident that Tang Qin wasn't that cold. And that was why he would be the one to freeze to death in this frigid world. Protagonist value, 200. Age, 15. Cultivation, 7th layer of the origin realm. Innate talent, little protagonist halo, Shrek monster. Cultivation method, one of the 7 great Tang sex techniques, Black Sky, the poisonous old ghost scripture. Skills, 6 of the 7 great Tang sex techniques, Ghost Trace, Jade Hand, Purple Pupils, Capturing Crane, 1000 Weapons, 1000 Poisons. Enti, this Shrek monster counts as innate talent? The fuck? Murong Lin grumbled. Master shouldn't look down on this innate talent, it helps the protagonist to increase their cultivation while ignoring the restrictions of their environment, and it also increases the probability of the protagonist meeting a master. At this, Murong Lin was utterly speechless. On the other side, Wang Renmei and Murong Lin were busy chatting amongst themselves. I didn't expect your third brother to be the first to offer his help. Murong Lin shook his head, slowly explaining, now that so many things have happened, my eldest brother must be the happiest, my third brother must be the most miserable, and I can't tell how my 8th brother will fare. However, I feel like Murong Lin doesn't feel as resentful and hateful as before. Ha, that'll be for the best. We will ruin Duke Shang first, according to the plan, then bring him over to your side. Chapter 52, Ningwei Wu's Return. The skies of the capital were covered in dark clouds recently, as if a world-ending storm was about to wash over the entire city. 3 of the princes had lost their lives in the valley, then followed by the passing of the previous emperor, Murong Dao. Chaos wrecked through the entire imperial court's hierarchy, with even the influential officials fearing that one wrong move would anger the already furious Murong Tong into killing them. Then, the great influential forces gradually gathered in the capital, seemingly filled with anger, but it didn't seem like they had gathered because of the deaths of the 100,000 people in the valley or the blood spirits. Following that, the second-generation youths of the capital started running amok, bringing their subordinates to cruise around the 108 districts of the capital, disrupting the peace. However, no one dared to get angry. Every single person could sense that something disastrous was about to happen. As such, quite a number of people began to leave the city. But they quickly realized that nowhere was safe. Because the South Village King had started a rebellion. That was right. The South Village King began his rebellion the moment he left his seclusion. He brought 200,000 soldiers from the South Village Army, 40,000 members of the Black River Cult and forced along 300,000 soldiers of the local army. With an army of about 600,000 troops, they marched towards the north. At the same time, the counties of Yan fell into further chaos. From the south, the Yanhan County. It was a wintry city where the city's governor was the absolute overlord. Today, he was standing at the city gates with 10,000 soldiers behind him. The floor master Qing Shuanglu was disguised as the governor, standing in the front as he rode a gallant snow horse, shouting as his mount raised its hoofs, "Brothers! It is time to protect our country. Our army will go around the eastern seas to aid the line of defense in the south against the rebellion of the South Village King. We will succeed and triumph over the rebels. Kill them. Glory and wealth await us. Remember, anyone that blocks our path is our enemy. Kill. Kill. Kill." In the eastern sea, the Yanlang County. A group of pirates were commandeering 8 fleets of enormous pirate ships, firing their cannons at an island. In an instant, the port on the island exploded, killing and injuring hundreds. As the captain of the pirate, the floor master Qing Daolu, waved his sword as he roared, "Brothers! Kill them all! Kill every single last soldier here! There are tributes bound for the capital here, we will be rich. Occupy this island! We will gather every last pirate under the skies and create an island paradise for us pirates. We will be the owners of our own island. Kill! Do not be afraid, charge!" The western frontier, the Yanyan County. On top of a snowy mountain peak, the floor master Qing Sui Lu was disguised as the muscled stronghold governor, wielding his gigantic axe as he spoke, "Brothers! We can also profit from the rebellion of the South Village King. We shall descend the mountains and plunder everything. The Flame Dragon stronghold will establish itself as the Flame Dragon army today. I am the general. We will plunder everything under the mountains. We are all the men of Yan. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Yanzuo County, Yandian County, Yanji County, Yanxiao County. A ranger executed the tyrant of the land, gathering the common folk to start a rebellion. A scholar gave up the way of the arts, leading his soldiers to siege a corrupted official. A young woman waved her hand, leading a troop of 1,000 female soldiers against a cult. All in all, the 32 counties of Yan were in turmoil. And what worsened the situation was Ningwei Wu, who had just left his seclusion. The cultivation method that he had obtained from the remnant was somewhat flawed in his hands, due to the fact that the cultivation method didn't suit his fire attribute. As such, Ningwei Wu could only slightly improve his own cultivation method by using certain components of it. As for the spiritual artifact, he spent a significant portion of his time tempering and taming its will. He had finally finished tempering this spiritual artifact after exhausting his energy, and today, he was finally capable of using a small amount of its might in battle. After all, the Snowfly Whisk was a lower Baron grade artifact, an item that couldn't be found in the entire country of Yan. No. Even the entire Ridge Fur Alliance might not have one item that rivaled this artifact. This had given Ning Weiwu the courage he needed. He had instructed the 28 experts under his command to guard South Village before he entered his seclusion, for fear of an ambush during the time that he was away. But what he didn't expect was the entire country of Yan to fall into chaos by the time he returned. His divine senses could tell that the entire South Village manor was in disarray the moment he had left his seclusion, with discussions breaking out at every second. With a solemn expression, he watched as his right hand, Wei Xian, ran over and asked, "What's going on? Where is Song Ming? Didn't I arrange for the two of you to guard South Village? Why is it so chaotic?" Wei Xian's expression was bitter as he hastily explained, "Wang Wei too, a disaster has happened. Song Ming is dead, our relationship with the Black River cult has been exposed, and even our actions of secretly gathering soldiers and buying horses have been exposed to everyone in Yan. The Imperial Court has taken action, sending its armies to cut all communication with the south and surrounding us. We are on the verge of being sieged." Wei Xian was anxious, speaking extremely quickly. Hearing his explanation, Ning Weiwu's expression changed from shock to anger. "Speak slowly, what happened?" As such, Wei Xian narrated the series of events that had unfolded after the South Village King had entered his seclusion. From the news of the Dragon God crystals spreading, to the gathering of 100,000 people in the valley, then to the exposure of their relationship with the Black River cult caused by He Lao San, to the annihilation of 100,000 people and the complete expose of the South Village King's actions. "Wang Yat. Please think of a solution. The two bastards, He Lao San and the man surnamed Li, are nowhere to be found. A number of our cities in the south are in complete chaos, and the South Village army dare not move without your command. The roads to the other three directions were completely cut off by the army, and even with our plentiful resources, we cannot survive their impediment." Wei Xian was in complete distress. Ning Weiwu's expression was dark as he cursed He Lao San and Li Zhongjun in his mind thousands of times. If the two of them had appeared before him today, he would have unhesitatingly dismembered them already. But he had never expected that the two of them were replaced by the people of the Qingyi Tower long before all of this. And that his current predicament was a scheme they had hatched. "Wei Xian, gather everyone here, our plans will be brought forward." Ning Weiwu quickly rushed towards his study as Wei Xian carried out his commands in joy. It didn't take long for dozens of human silhouettes to appear at the meeting table in Ning Weiwu's study. Aside from the 5 that had died in the valley, there were still 10 other generals that occupied the different cities of the south. As of right now, the remaining subordinates under Ning Weiwu's command were all gathered here. One of his right-hand men was Wei Wu, and the other was the deceased Song Ming. There was He Lao Dai, the He Lao Er, and the He Lao Si of the Black River cult. And there were 5 retainers and 3 generals here. They looked at Ning Weiwu with anticipation and trepidation. He Lao Dai had an expression of excitement. "Wang Yat, did you break through again?" Ning Weiwu cursed instantly, "Damn you! If it weren't for He Lao San, would I need to be so anxious?" Even despite his face turning red from Ning Weiwu's rebuke, He Lao Dai didn't dare to refute his scoldings. This was indeed his mistake. Ning Weiwu turned back to look at his remaining subordinates. "There isn't any room for consideration anymore, let's begin our rebellion. The actions of the Imperial Court have made it obvious that they aren't going to overlook this, so we have nothing further to say." It was clear that Murong Tong didn't plan on having any negotiations with the South Village King. He was aiming for a swift resolution to nip Ning Weiwu's rebellion in the bud. He was also setting an example for the 4 great clans and the 3 great sects. As such, he used the majority of Yan's forces to surround the south, with the commander being the veteran general Wen Tianluo of the 3 great generals of the Imperial Court, and the calculative general Jian Biao as his support. His subordinates had not dared to take action against the imperial authority before Ning Weiwu came out of his seclusion, and they had been avoiding a head-on collision with the approaching army. Now that Ning Weiwu had returned, their courage grew. Ning Weiwu commanded with a vicious expression, "Wei Xian, spread my orders. The generals shall each commandeer 20,000 soldiers from the South Village Army to ambush Wen Tianluo's main forces with anti-siege offense tactics. Aside from that, the cities under our jurisdiction, as well as the cities under our occupation, will be drafted into war and have their resources collected. I will leave these matters to the retainers. Lastly, send some men to observe the 3 great sects and the 4 great clans. They should be incapable of sending out any significant forces to fight against us, considering that we have aided them in taking care of the disobedient smaller influential forces secretly in the past few years." After thinking for a moment, Ning Weiwu added, "Send someone to the Hanyuan Island in the Eastern Sea to invite the Willow Sword Saint." Chapter 53, Murong Liu's Resentment. Wei Xian was perplexed. "Wang Yat, how will we invite the Willow Sword Saint?" Ning Weiwu took out a jade tablet, tossing it towards Wei Xian. "This is the first half of the barren grade cultivation method. The attribute of this cultivation is the most suitable for the Willow Sword Saint considering his frost attribute. He will definitely desire this cultivation method. Hand this to him and tell him that as long as he's willing to aid us in stopping the Yan Navy fleets in the eastern seas, I will be willing to hand over the second half of this cultivation method to him." Wei Xian nodded, "Understood. I will take care of it immediately." Sounds of footsteps suddenly came from outside of the study, causing the people within to turn towards the door. It was the eldest son of Ning Weiwu, Ning Wusun, whose face was completely red as the strands of white hair from his head practically stood. In excitement, he exclaimed, "Father! Everyone, Murong Dao has died." They were stunned, first and foremost, and the moment they reacted and understood Ning Wusun's words, their expressions changed into shock and joy. Ning Weiwu was the most surprised. After all, Murong Dao was the one that had supported his promotion to becoming the South Village King. That's right. The entire country knows now, Murong Dao had passed away the day before. Aside from that, all 32 counties have been thrown into chaos. Wei Xian had a joyful expression as he turned towards Ning Weiwu. "Wang Yat. This is a good opportunity for us." Ning Weiwu had a similar expression as he nodded, "That works. Follow my instructions and carry out each of your tasks, every single one of you." "Yes." Everyone stood up, looking at Ning Weiwu in excitement as he emanated the strength of a sky-reaching realm expert. They felt as though their futures were bright. At the same time, there was another person that felt that their future was bright. It was the disciple of the Shui clan, Xuanhuan. As an unremarkable disciple of the Shui clan, he was promoted to one of the top 5 geniuses of the Shui clan after Xuanhuan Na's unexpected death. That had given him the courage to believe that he was capable of anything. As if perpetuating his confidence, he recently received an invitation personally sent by the art fairy, Wang Renmei, to join her gathering. While there were more than 300 attendees, he felt as though he was recognized as a VIP by Wang Renmei, due to his identity as a genius in the Shui clan. And when Murong Xing and Tang Qin asked for their help, he had taken one of the Dragon Seeker rings in an effort to get closer to the 7th prince. But he never intended on giving it his all, considering that this thing only had a detection range of 300 meters, it would be far too troublesome to truly search for the Dragon God crystals. However, the ring on his finger had suddenly shone during his trip today in search of a rouge to purchase for the art fairy as a gift. He was stunned at first, and he couldn't help but worry that it was a trick of the eye. But once he had noticed the dumbfounded gazes of the people around him, staring at the glowing ring on his finger, he had finally reacted. Dragon God crystal. He stuttered as he raised his head, quickly surveying his surroundings. But suddenly, he lowered his head as if he had suddenly thought of something, not daring to raise his head again to check his vicinity. He wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy, but instead afraid of getting himself killed. Whether it was the blood spirits or the true culprit, he couldn't offend either of them. Using his senses, he tried to find the person that had caused the Dragon Seeker ring to glow. It was a lavishly dressed, lively young girl. The Dragon Seeker ring was telling him that the girl either had the Dragon God crystal in her possession, or that the girl had the Dragon God's bloodline in her body. And no matter which it was, it both meant that this young lady was somehow related to the blood spirits and the 100,000 deaths. Xuanhuan was instantly excited. He held his mirror as he trembled, his eyes bulging in shock and joy, and his body swung from side to side, causing the people behind him to reveal expressions of disdain. What's with that guy? Is he admiring himself with that mirror? I don't know, he might be a pervert? A pervert that looks like he came from a well-off family. Let's stand further away from him. Hearing their whispers, he lowered the mirror in embarrassment as he walked off to the side, thinking to himself, I'm the genius of the Shui clan, humph. Now that I've found the traces of the blood spirits, the 7th Prince Murong Lin will owe me a favor. Or maybe, the art fairy might even fall for me because of this. He shamelessly thought to himself as his gaze locked on the girl. And just like that, he pretended to be window shopping as he sneakily followed behind her. Throughout his stalking, he completely ignored the countless people that had treated him as a pervert, and he even started enjoying the chase. And just as he started to lose himself in the pleasures of being a spy, the girl in front of him turned around, as though she was tired from shopping, returning with her guards and her female servants. Xuanhuan followed behind without rest, and thankfully, he wasn't noticed at all due to the large number of people walking on the streets. And then, the young woman and her entourage entered a large manor, their figures disappearing from his sight. Xuanhuan looked dumbfoundedly at the lavish manor that stood before him, and then at the large, righteously written words that decorated the domineering plaque at the entrance. Duke Sheng's residence. Duke Sheng. Xuanhuan mumbled to himself in a daze, and by the time he had come to his senses, he quickly scurried into the crowd, concealing his figure as waves of emotion washed over his heart. Something big was happening. The culprit that was intricately linked with the blood spirits and planned for the tragedy that took 100,000 lives in the valley was actually brazenly living in Duke Sheng's residence. This was the degradation of human nature, Tui, no. This was a person purposefully deceiving Duke Sheng, secretly committing such heinous acts. Or was Duke Sheng one of the culprits behind all of this? Or even, Duke Sheng was the main perpetrator behind everything? Xuanhuan didn't dare to think any further as he held onto the ring on his finger, returning as he thought to himself. Scary, how scary. I can't stay any longer in the capital, I want to return to my village. No, even the outside world is dangerous now, my god. Xuanhuan felt as though he was on the verge of tears. If he had known any better, he wouldn't have left his house to buy a rogue of all things today. Now that he was thinking about the rouge, a familiar, beautiful figure flashed past his mind. A delicately dressed, gentle-looking woman. Art fairy, Lady Wang, I cannot leave her in harm's way. Right. I will tell her everything. I must tell her. Or she will suffer. Xuanhuan spoke with agitation, spit flying out of his mouth. Ren Mei must have never expected the blood spirits to be related to Shengguo Gong. If she actually gets hurt by all of this, then I will truly have sinned. He had already started imagining the praise that the art fairy, Wang Ren Mei, would give him once he had informed her of all of this. He, Xuanhuan, would be a hero today. He would enter the path towards the pinnacle of his life and marry a wealthy beauty. Just thinking about this made him a little excited. His pace quickened as he rushed towards Wang Renmei's residence. It didn't take long before Wang Renmei sat before Xuanhuan with a dumbfounded expression on her face, watching as his gaze stuck at her chest. She stuttered, You're saying that your Dragon Seeker ring had sensed the aura of the Dragon God crystal? The woman even entered Duke Sheng's residence. Xuanhuan quickly nodded, "That's right. I witnessed everything with my own two eyes." Wang Renmei, no, Renmei, please allow me to address you as such. I had already sensed that old man, Duke Sheng, was up to no good. The capital is far too dangerous, we should leave as soon as possible. No, I feel that the capital is safer. Xuanhuan continued, "That's right. Renmei, you are truly intelligent. I also feel that being in the capital is safer, isn't that right?" Wang Renmei rubbed her temples, speaking powerlessly, "All right, I got it." She then pushed the chattering Xuanhuan out of her room and turned towards the room divider behind her, asking, "This is a person of yours? Do you think I'll send a person like that to testify? If it's not a person of yours or a person of mine, then, is the words he spoke true? That the blood spirits members are hidden in Duke Sheng's manor? Be it truth or lies, everyone in Duke Sheng's manor will die today. Even if they aren't there, I will make it so." A woman with a dark, resentment-filled expression, slowly walked out from behind the partition. It was Murong Lin. Chapter 54, Surrounding Duke Sheng's residence. Just a day ago, the second-generation youths of the capital were still enthusiastically running around, creating noise and confusion throughout the city. But today, they had all suddenly vanished into thin air. It was as if they had an agreement to create chaos for a day before disappearing. It was confusingly quiet. It was terrifyingly quiet. In the evening, the sun descended over the horizon, as if blood had splashed over the entire city. At this moment, the passers-by were cleared out of the roads outside of Duke Sheng's residence, with the nearby stalls and shops all closed for the day. Even residential houses were closed, their windows tightly shut. There were only so many influential clans in the capital that could achieve something like this. This was unsettling for the people in Duke Sheng's manor. Then, sounds of footsteps came from outside, terrifying them. A few guards quickly closed the entrance gates, running to the chamberlain to report nervously, "Great Chamberlain, something terrible is happening. The residence seems to have been surrounded." Chamberlain Wan waved his arm, spreading his origin realm divine senses as his complexion turned pale slightly. He could sense no less than 100 men outside that was on par with his strength. Whether or not these people had any malicious intent, he had to report to his master, Duke Sheng, first. Trembling in cold sweat, he hastily ran towards Duke Sheng's study. He passed by the courtyard, the pavilion, and then the garden before finally arriving at the study. Knocking on the study door anxiously, he reported, "Master, something terrible is happening. We have been surrounded." A few streets away, a few human silhouettes could be seen standing a distance away as they stared at Duke Sheng's manor with a glint in their eyes. They were in the midst of a discussion. "Sister Luer, what do you think? Are your subordinates sure of this place?" Wang Renmei turned to Murong Lin, who was standing at her side in a beautiful dress. Murong Liu's head was lowered, making it hard for her eyes to be seen, but the cold aura that enveloped her figure was impossible to overlook. "It's here. I am very certain, and if you don't believe me, you can test it yourself with the Dragon Seeker ring. I am speaking nothing but the truth." Murong Lin responded. The two women were performing an act with straight faces. Xuanhuan was the first to report his findings today regarding the fact that the Dragon God Crystal's aura was detected by the Dragon Seeker ring in Duke Sheng's residence. And the two then colluded together to frame Duke Sheng's residence by bringing a person they had prepared. But it didn't seem as if they needed to bring them out, and after confirming the information that was presented to her, Wang Renmei had instructed the people of the four great clans that she had prepared in advance to clear the two streets around the residence. Their actions were to prepare for the oncoming battle, prevent any ambushes from the Blood Spirits members hidden in this manner, and act as a malicious fishing boat that would catch Duke Sheng. And no matter the outcome, they had something to gain. The four great clans had even prepared a few people disguised as the Blood Spirits members that would burst out of Duke Sheng's residence, giving them the lawful right to charge in. And as of right now, they were just waiting for the signal. There were quite a number of experts sent by the four great clans discreetly. The Wang clan had dispatched their great ancestor, along with 8 manifestation realm experts. The great ancestor of the Shui clan moved as well, with 7 of their manifestation realm experts. Because of Lu Xingmang's death, the Lu clan in the south sent out their great ancestor and 8 manifestation realm experts. Lastly, while the West Frontier's Du clan didn't send their ancestor, they had dispatched 8 manifestation realm experts. As such, with only 1 sky-reaching realm expert in Duke Sheng's residence, Duke Sheng himself, and less than 20 manifestation realm experts, they were no match for the 4 great clans. As for the reason why they had used so much of their forces to deal with Duke Sheng, it wasn't simply because there were traces of the blood spirits hidden in his manor. It was also due to the fact that Duke Sheng had suppressed the 4 great clans as the leader of the imperial faction by using the authority he had in the government and military. And adding that his son, Sheng Yi, had revealed his talent, the 4 great clans became anxious. The previous duke had nothing but authority. With such a weak successor, his family was bound to amount to nothing. But now, Duke Sheng was on the brink of forming the 5th great clan in the country. All he needed to do was to secretly accumulate a few years of wealth. By then, the 4 great clans of Yan might truly become the 5 great clans. The 4 clans didn't wish for yet another enemy to compete over resources and land. As such, they had plenty of reasons for attacking the Duke, and conveniently, this was even under the lead of the 6th princess. By the time the Murong clan had realized what had happened, they wouldn't have any authority to rebuke them. At the back, Tang Qin and Lu Haimiao had arrived, with Murong seeing nowhere to be found. Glancing at the dimly shining dragon seeker rings on their fingers, then at each other, they nodded. Lu Haimiao still couldn't believe that Duke Sheng had a part to play in all of this. She wondered if Duke Sheng would make a move if they were to barge into his residence in search of the Blood Spirits members. Regardlessly, this would be nothing but humiliating for Duke Sheng. Tang Qin's gaze turned dark as he thought of his father that had died miserably in the valley. His 10 fingers turned pale from his grip as he took out poison-coated hidden weapons and poison capsules from his bag of holding, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Hey! Tang Qin! Don't you think something's strange? At this moment, Lu Haimiao moved closer to Tang Qin, whispering in his ear. With his brows furrowed in perplexion, Tang Qin asked with a low voice, "Why? I feel like there are a bit too many people here surrounding the manor, also, why didn't we speak to the Duke first?" Tang Qin stared at Lu Haimiao as he responded with a cold laugh, "There are a lot of people here because of the 4 great clans' animosity towards Duke Sheng, and with the 6th princess and the 7th prince in the lead, they won't have to risk their reputation. It's no surprise that they're pulling out all the stops. As for Duke Sheng, do you think an expert of the sky-reaching realm would sit down and kindly explain to us why he would scheme for the deaths of 100,000 people? Then why aren't we just directly attacking them? Because we need a cause to annihilate Duke Sheng's manor. I want them to pay with their blood." Tang Qin growled in a low voice, hysteria creeping out from his tone. Lu Haimiao paused for a moment before slowly raising Tang Qin's hand. "I don't wish for you to lose yourself in hatred." "They're holding hands, they're holding hands. That motherfucker Tang Qin dares to hold my goddess hand." On the loft of a 7-story building not too far away, there was a group of people who had chosen to use this apt location to observe the impending battle. Su Xiao held a pair of binoculars to his eyes as he stared at Tang Qin and Lu Haimiao, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Li Ming, who was leaning against the railing, laughed, "Ha ha ha, go and surround Duke Sheng's residence if you dare, what kind of a man hides behind lamenting?" Su Xiao turned around and kicked his feet towards Li Ming. Zhou Miao was smoking as he asked, perplexed, "Why would it be Duke Sheng? I can't see why he would need to do so. Why would he collude with the blood spirits?" Ma Jianzhou and Murong Lin were lying on rocking chairs at the side, and Ma Jianzhou responded with a confident expression, "You don't get it, do you? Ha! Think of Sheng Yi. Do you get it now? And here I was, wondering why his cultivation speed had gotten so fast. It was because of the blood spirits. Ha, refining pills with human blood would definitely increase your cultivation speed in the short term, but it wouldn't work in the long run. This was why Sheng Yi dared to fight over treasures with the South Village King in the Remnant. Look at the profound act he was putting on. If it weren't for the fact that Murong Lin had created the blood spirits himself, he might have believed his words. He glanced at Ma Jianzhou with a strange gaze, thinking to himself, Ma Jianzhou, the real culprit is right next to you. And he couldn't help but chuckle. The eyes of the plump Ma Jianzhou widened as he asked, Old Lin, what are you laughing for? Murong Lin slowly supported himself up as he looked at the group of people standing on the faraway street. I am looking forward to witnessing the meeting of two protagonists. They couldn't understand what he was saying. Protagonist? What's a protagonist? Murong Lin waved his arm and dismissed their questions. Nothing important. Look. Something is happening in Duke Sheng's residence. Chapter 55, Face to Face. Sheng Yifei was cultivating in his room when he was disrupted by the frantic footsteps coming from the outside of his room. Seeing Chamberlain Wan rush in the moment he opened his eyes, he immediately rebuked him. What is going on? Why are you being so frantic? He asked as he stood up. While he was a self-made man that clawed up step by step to reach the position he had now, he was still a man that followed the rigid traditions of managing his men. Chamberlain Wan spoke breathlessly, Master, something terrible is happening. Our manor has been surrounded. He looked terrified. Hearing his words, Duke Sheng paused for a moment before asking, Are you sure? We have been surrounded. Chamberlain Wan quickly nodded with a miserable expression, I am sure. The roads outside have been emptied, and I can sense that there are no less than 100 experts outside that are on par with my cultivation. Is this a declaration of war from the imperial court? Duke Sheng waved his arm dismissively, it might not be. Go and inform Sheng Yi and ask him to come, I will go out and take a look. And at this moment, a faint voice came from behind them, no need, I am already here. The two quickly turned their heads, noticing the flustered expression on Sheng Yi's face and his bloodied body. In his hands, there was a man wearing the red robes of the blood spirits. Chamberlain Wan shouted with a horrified expression, blood spirits. Sheng Yi hadn't divulged the secrets he knew about the blood spirits to Sheng Yifei, and as such, the Duke had avoided any conversations about the organization as though it was taboo. He had a perplexed expression as he stared at his son. He had absolute faith in Sheng Yi. And so, Sheng Yifei asked, What's going on? Sheng Yi shook his head, quickly explaining himself, I found a few people sneaking around within the manor and changing into the clothes of the blood spirits secretly. I immediately took them down, but I didn't expect them to completely disregard their lives and kill themselves to avoid surrendering. This is the only man that I was able to keep alive. He tossed the person in his hands to the ground as he spoke. Sheng Yifei frowned as he asked, What are the blood spirits planning? Are the people outside from the blood spirits as well? Rubbing his chin, he couldn't hide the confused expression on his face. On the other hand, Sheng Yi was shocked and quickly asked, What? There are people outside surrounding us. His steps faltered as he ran forwards to his father, asking frantically. Chamberlain Wan's complexion had slightly recovered by now, and he simply nodded, Yes, young master. The residence has been surrounded, but they haven't started attacking yet, for some reason. Sheng Yi started to think about his past, and then as if he was drowning, his expression turned into despair as his complexion turned pale. His body trembled as he supported himself against the wall, and as if he had suddenly thought of something, he spoke with eyes filled with fear, We need to leave. The 4 great clans have surrounded us. This was identical to the time when his family was annihilated in his last life. The residence was also surrounded by the 4 great clans. People had also disguised themselves as members of the blood spirits to frame him. They had also attacked without reporting to the imperial court. What would follow, would be that the people he hadn't discovered would run out while pretending to be from the blood spirits. This would give the people outside a cause. They would opportunistically run in, accusing his family and annihilating them all. No. Why is this happening? He had clearly gone back in time. Why was this happening again? Sheng Yi was terrified. Sheng Yifei grabbed his shoulders, shaking him as he shouted, "What do you mean by the four great clans? Yi, calm down." He looked at his son in worry. Sheng Yi hadn't shown such a terrified expression in front of him ever since he had changed. And after his father shook him back to his senses, Sheng Yi slowly calmed himself, swallowing his saliva as he muttered, it's fine, I've already killed those people." "Right. We have the 8 guards of the Xiao Academy and the unit that we had secretly formed, it'll be fine." He gradually calmed down. Staring at his now calm son, Sheng Yifei sighed in relief as he patted his back, comforting him, "It'll be fine, I'm still here. With your father's strength at the sky-reaching realm, I doubt they'd dare to do anything." He had instantly grasped the situation the moment the words, "four great clans," came from his son's lips. He was instantly filled with rage and hatred towards the 4 great clans. He hadn't expected them to take action even before he had revealed his greed. And they even planted fake blood spirits members in his residence. Any excuses would indeed serve a tyrant. Sheng Yi slowly spoke, "Father, let's go out and take a look. Chamberlain Wan, go and contact the 8 guards of the Xiao Academy secretly, as well as the nearby Luo Pao Pao, let them surround this place. I don't believe that they'll truly dare to take action and risk everything for this." Chamberlain nodded and quickly excused himself. The Duke was equally as calm, smiling, "Let's go, my son. We shall see what exactly the 4 great clans are intending to do." Sheng Yi nodded as he laughed coldly to himself. "Murong Lu, I didn't expect you to be so hasty this time around. Ha, I fear that you're going to be disappointed." The two of them slowly walked out of the manor, and the people that were waiting outside had also sensed that something strange was going on. "Why aren't they coming out?" Wang Renmei, who was leaning on Murong Liu's side, asked quietly. Shaking her head in confusion, Murong Lu looked at the Dragon Seeker ring on her hand. "Even if our plans were found out, we still have this. With the Dragon Seeker ring as our cause, we should just charge in." "They're coming out. Duke Sheng and Sheng Yi are coming out!" Lu Hai Miao shouted from behind. The crowd was stunned, and they quickly looked over at the 2 figures walking out. It was the Duke and Sheng Yi. The 2 walked side by side. The Duke had a solemn expression as he scanned for the experts present in his vicinity. On the other hand, Sheng Yi was looking at Murong Lu with a resentful expression. Murong Lu, who wasn't willing to back down, glared at Sheng Yi with an equally hateful gaze. Wang Renmei's expression was slightly awkward, but she quickly composed herself and walked forwards, greeting respectfully, "This junior greets her senior, Duke Sheng. I dare not receive this greeting from the famous art fairy. May I ask why the art fairy and her highness, the 6th princess, are surrounding my residence tonight?" The Duke was naturally unwilling to show them any courtesy, questioning them with a visible frown on his face. Wang Renmei cupped her hands, wanting to say something, but she was stopped by Murong Lu. Murong Lu stepped forwards, responding with a disdainful tone, "Duke Sheng. You are also a senior of the imperial court, you should be aware of the sins of the blood spirits, right?" Duke Sheng and Sheng Yi looked at each other. The both of them had immediately understood what was going on. However, the Duke couldn't say anything easily. After all, he was facing the 6th princess, Murong Lu, the treasured daughter of the emperor, Murong Tong. But Sheng Yi couldn't care less. He walked forwards in anger, staring at the cruel and merciless woman before him. He recalled the nightmarish pain she had caused him in his past life, which only further infuriated and frustrated him. Sheng Yi pointed his finger towards Murong Lu, "You bitch! Just because of your dislike towards the engagement our fathers had set for us, you hold such resentment in your heart? And you even resorted to colluding with other people to frame me? My father has proven his loyalty as a member of the imperial faction. Do you not think that your actions are too inhumane? Our engagement came before your dislike towards me, and even without truly becoming husband and wife, we are bound by the fate of marriage. Do you not think that your actions are too unjust? You are neither humane nor just, and you dare to consider yourself as the lady of a great clan, and the sixth princess of the imperial court. Sheng Yi's harsh words shocked everyone that was present. His voice reverberated throughout the streets. Their faces were filled with confusion, which gradually changed to realization as their gazes towards Murong Lin changed. Tang Qin and Liu Haimiao, who were standing at the back, also had strange expressions on their face. It was obvious that they were completely unaware of this. The people that hid from afar and watched the situation, Murong Lin included, had expressions of shock and admiration. But despite his words, Sheng Yi didn't cause Murong Liu's expression to change in the slightest. Murong Liu's face remained calm, but the fingers that were pressed into her palms revealed the resentment in her heart. Her silence unsettled Sheng Yi. She was a vixen that knew nothing about subtlety in his past memory. She wasn't capable of masking her emotions even in the slightest, crying and smiling at the drop of a hat. But now, she was completely unfazed even after being humiliated and scolded like this. Something wasn't right. Something was definitely wrong. Then, he heard Murong Lin speak slowly, "Do you dare to have that herb gatherer woman come out?" Chapter 56, Exposing Xuanhuan. While Xuanhuan followed behind that woman, he never identified her. But cultivators had naturally robust memories, and the painting skills he had learned because of Wang Renmei came into play. Wang Renmei and Murong Lin instantly realized who the lavishly dressed woman was the moment they laid their eyes on the painting. Xuanhuan. The herb gatherer woman that accompanied Sheng Yi. That was also the woman that had completely humiliated Murong Lin. Wang Renmei and Murong Lin were stunned for a moment, then they started laughing. They were the cause of their own demise. And currently, faced with Sheng Yi's berating and humiliation, Murong Lin didn't show even a hint of anger in her response. She just wanted to look at the pain and despair in Sheng Yi's eyes and face, and then she wanted him to beg. She wanted him to kneel on the ground at her feet and beg her with tears streaking down his face. Her pride led to her desire to humiliate Sheng Yi tenfold, no, 100-fold, to the point where he would have to pay for his actions with his own life. Sheng Yi, on the other hand, had tensed up the moment he had heard the words, "herb gatherer woman" from Murong Liu's mouth. What did she mean? What's wrong with Xuanhuan? Sheng Yi was anxious. He was right, something was definitely wrong. He finally understood the origin of his uneasiness. It was Xuanhuan. He had never even seen Xuanhuan in his past life, much less brought her back to his residence. Now, not only was she living in his residence, he had left her alone for the past few days as he was busily investigating the Dragon God crystals. Did they do something to Xuanhuan? A few images flashed past Sheng Yi's mind. He was deep in thought. And at this moment, Wang Renmei took a step forwards, standing next to Murong Lin as she spoke calmly, "Senior Duke Sheng, we have a reason and evidence to suspect that the herb gatherer woman, Xuanhuan, is a member of the blood spirits. That is why we have requested for you to bring her here for our investigation." The Duke was silent. Sheng Yi simply mocked them, "What are you thinking? The tragedy in the valley happened long after I returned to the capital with Xuanhuan. You did not witness this yourself, did you, sixth princess?" The last sentence was meant for Murong Lin. Wang Renmei shook her head, denying him. While she might not have any direct involvement in the tragedy in the valley, she is definitely related to the Dragon God crystals. Wang Renmei slowly raised her palm, opening her fist to reveal the glowing Dragon Seeker ring within. And the light was only getting brighter. Brighter and brighter. Brighter and brighter. The crowd looked up, staring behind the Duke and Sheng Yi. As they suspended, a few people were running over. It was the Chamberlain Wan, Zai Lin, and a few retainer experts. Zai Lin! Sheng Yi shouted towards her. Zai Lin's face was full of smiles as she pounced into Sheng Yi's embrace, then, she looked at Wang Renmei, Murong Lu, and the rest that stood before her. With a frown, she spoke, "You guys? Why are you haunting us like some kind of ghost? Did my brother Yi not make himself clear the last time we spoke?" She had been upset with her brother Yi for quite a while after meeting the sixth princess at the city entrance. She was angry at him for not telling her about this. But her brother Yi comforted her for a long time, and even told her to be careful about the wickedness in Murong Liu's heart and her malicious ways. Only then did Zai Lin forgive Sheng Yi. Watching their interaction, Wang Renmei and Murong Lu slowly revealed a smile. Murong Lu naturally thought of this woman as an idiot, stupid to the point where it was cute. Not only did she help her in finding a cause to take down the Duke and rally the four great clans to her side, she would also deal a heavy blow to Sheng Yi's pride. Wang Renmei admired Sheng Yi for his stupidity. Not only did he overlook the perfectly fine sixth princess who was engaged to him, he chose to fall in love with a herb gatherer and cause his own demise. With the sky-reaching realm cultivation of Duke Sheng, he could naturally sense something strange in Zai Lin's body. His pupils constricted as he mumbled, "Dragon God's bloodline." While he had neither seen a bloodline nor a dragon before, the mighty aura emanating from Zai Lin's body was enough to shock him. It was an ancient aura. An aura of the Emperor of Beasts. It was undoubtedly a powerful bloodline, a bloodline that he hadn't noticed in her for the past few days. Duke Sheng instantly became uneasy. He quickly turned towards Chamberlain Wan. "Chamberlain Wan, how is it? Where are the 8 guards of the Xiao Academy?" He was still missing the trump card that could help him suppress the 4 great clans, and the 8 guards of the Xiao Academy was naturally the key in all of this. It was an Imperial Guard squad that he had organized, capable of sweeping the origin realm experts of the 4 great clans and a portion of their manifestation realm forces. With the might of this trump card, he didn't think that the 4 great clans would dare to risk mutually assured destruction. Chamberlain Wan had an expression of despair and fear. "Something terrible has happened. I just contacted the 8 guards of the Xiao Academy earlier, but they had been dispatched towards the south outside of the city. They will not be able to make it back in time." The 8 guards of the Xiao Academy were usually situated at the corners of the city square, just a 10-minute distance away from where they were. But if they were on the road after being dispatched, they wouldn't be able to rush here without at least 40 minutes. And with such a long travel time, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. A great battle would only take 20 minutes. The Duke's expression changed visibly as his heart started to tremble. While the 8 guards of the Xiao Academy are considered to be Imperial Guards, they are under my authority. Without my approval, even Murong Tong wouldn't dare to command them. Chamberlain Wan pointed at Murong Lu, who was standing before them, and spoke with a bitter smile, "But she dares." The crowd looked at Murong Lu. They could only admire her calculativeness quietly. But Sheng Yi had also sensed that something was wrong with Zai Lin by now. He asked hastily, "Zai Lin, your cultivation?" Faced with the people that were staring at the brightly glowing dragon seeker rings on their hands, their expressions had visibly changed as they looked back at Zai Lin. Tang Qian and Lu Haimiao had expressions full of resentment. To Lu Haimiao, Zai Lin's connection to blood spirits meant that she was one of the culprits behind the death of her younger brother. While Tang Qian hated everyone that was related to the blood spirits. His hand tightly grasped onto his hidden weapons, ready to strike at any moment. But Zai Lin didn't notice a single thing. She simply looked at Sheng Yi in a daze as she cupped her face shyly. "What do you think? Aren't I amazing?" She had secretly refined the Dragon God crystal she had purchased, raising her cultivation to the peak of the crystallization realm. And all of her efforts were spent so that she could see the surprise in Sheng Yi's gaze when he found out. It would be even better if he praised her. Zai Lin only felt joy at the fact that she could finally be helpful to Sheng Yi now, and that she would no longer be a burden. This was a woman's sorrow. Sheng Yi quickly grabbed Zhi Lin's hand, ignoring the shy expression on her face as he circulated his spiritual power, trying to scan Zhi Lin's body. The mighty aura of the dragon god was harnessed in her body, resembling the might of an ancient, suppressive power. Even after reaching the majestic realm in his past life, Sheng Yi had never seen a bloodline as strong as this. But this only added to his horror. Dragon god's bloodline? Did the dragon god's bloodline truly exist? But whether or not this was a real or a fake dragon god, Zhi Lin was already dragged into the mud by the blood spirits. How is it, young Master Sheng? You felt it too, right? Wang Renmei looked at Sheng Yi's dramatic change in expression. With a smile, she clapped her hands as the members of different clans materialized behind her instantly. A large number of these people had appeared around them ever since Zhi Lin appeared, with a considerable amount of manifestation realm experts mixed among them. Over 100 experts had surrounded them. There were 3 aged yet powerful auras hidden amongst them, their sights locking onto the Duke. By now, Zhi Lin had also sensed that something was wrong. Grabbing Sheng Yi's arm in a hurry, she looked at her surroundings anxiously. What did she mean? Brother Yi? What's wrong with me? What are they going to do? She hadn't realized that she was the problem. But this no longer mattered. Sheng Yi took a deep breath. He didn't know whether or not the dragon god's bloodline was harmful, but he knew the true culprit behind the blood spirits. And just as he was about to open his mouth, the sound of an attack came from behind him. Ping! A human silhouette was flying past Murong Lin and Wang Renmei, falling to Tang Can's side, screaming. The crowd looked over. It was Chamberlain Wan. The Duke held onto a bloody hole at his waist, standing where Chamberlain Wan originally stood. With the might of the sky-reaching realm, he immediately stopped the bleeding. You! The Duke stared at Chamberlain Wan in fury. Chapter 57, 3-on-1. Naturally, Chamberlain Wan was no longer Chamberlain Wan. He was secretly ambushed by the members of the Qing Yi Tower and replaced by the floor master Qing Nanlu 2 days ago when he had left the residence for some errands. And despite his strength, Duke Sheng hadn't noticed a thing as he remained in closed-door cultivation in the past few days. As such, it wasn't a surprise that no one else had noticed it either. Surprised by what had just happened, the eyes of everyone present bulged as they remained silent, not knowing what to say. Chamberlain Wan slowly crawled up from the ground, with a pale complexion and blood and pieces of his internal organs dripping out of his mouth. Putting on a righteous expression, he spoke, "Everyone. Sheng Yifei is the cult leader of the blood spirits. Do not let him fool you. The parishioners of the blood spirits are all hidden in the Duke's manor. I have investigated everything. After years of concealment, I have finally succeeded in what I've set out to do. Now, I can die in peace." And he died the moment he finished speaking, collapsing to the cold ground. The hearts of the crowd that witnessed the sacrifice of the righteous Chamberlain Wan were slightly moved. Even Murong Lin, who was seated in his rocking chair a distance away, almost jumped out of his chair. Tang Can's eyes were red as he clenched his fists, staring at the corpse next to him. As a Tang sect member, he only needed a glance to know that Chamberlain Wan was beyond saving. His tendons and bones were completely shattered and he had undoubtedly experienced tremendous agony before his death. This was a truly righteous man. The people of the blood spirits deserved to die. Die! Without saying a word, Tang Can threw out a hidden weapon dart. And with this dart being shot out, it signified the start of the great battle. Wang Renmei and Murong Lin retreated as the manifestation realm experts of the 4 great clans advanced, surrounding Duke Sheng. Sheng Yi watched the situation unfold in a daze, not knowing what to do. In his memories, Chamberlain Wan was a loyal man to the Duke who had sacrificed his own life to protect his father and himself. But now, he had launched a secret attack on his father? And he spoke those absurd lies with such an awe-inspiring tone? He almost even doubted his own father. Barely regaining his senses by the time the battle had begun, he quickly retreated with Xuanhuan, protecting her. Xuanhuan looked at the fight with confusion and fright, shrieking, "Brother Yi, what is going on?" Sheng Yi smiled bitterly, "Something terrible is happening." He hastily explained the problem with Xuanhuan's bloodline and its connection to the blood spirits. Xuanhuan's complexion turned deathly pale almost instantly. She didn't know that she had actually committed such a foolish act, and that she brought harm upon Duke Sheng. She swiftly grabbed onto Sheng Yi's hand, stuttering, "Then what do we do? I just wanted to surprise you." But just as Sheng Yi was about to comfort her, loud sounds came from the manor behind him. Turning around, close to 1,000 people charged out from the manor. They were dressed in red robes, with bloodied hands and hateful eyes. They bellowed, "Protect the cult leader and the young master." Sheng Yi was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Even Murong Lin was smiling as he watched the chaos unfold from afar. He had originally arranged for the blood spirits to be situated in a house near Duke Sheng's residence, but he hadn't expected them to tunnel into his backyard under Chamberlain Wan's management. This had created the absurd situation that was unfolding right now, where close to 1,000 of the blood spirits' parishioners were rushing out of the Duke's residence. The eyes of everyone that were watching the sight of these men running out turned red in anger. Wang Renmei and Murong Lu looked at Duke Sheng in disbelief. And the man himself, Sheng Yifei, had a stupefied expression as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it! What is going on?" Sheng Yi hastily surveyed his surroundings in a daze, trying to find the person he had wanted to see. By this time, the 1,000 blood spirits parishioners had already arrived before them. The 4 blood paladins knelt at Sheng Yi's side. "Young master, let us retreat for now." Sheng Yi wanted to beat them to death. His expression was deathly pale. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that this matter was definitely connected to Murong Lin. This might even be a scheme hatched by both Murong Lu and Murong Lin, with the goal of framing him. After accomplishing their goal, they could conveniently rid themselves of their connection to the blood spirits. And now, no matter how much he explained himself, no one would believe that Murong Lin was the true cult leader of the blood spirits anymore. What a great plan! How vicious! He looked towards the 4 blood paladins. They were currently charging madly towards the experts of the 4 great clans. No one knew if they had used forbidden medicines or used some kind of secret technique, but they were capable of barely contending against the experts of the 4 great clans as they burned away their blood essence. The hundreds of blood spirits cultists charged towards the enemies madly, and then, they self-destructed. The streets were dyed with fresh blood, enough to form a river as a blood mist enveloped the air, causing the scent of blood to waft in their noses. But this wasn't an effect of an item that Murong Lin purchased from the system shop. This was the absolute control he had over his subordinates after attaining the manifestation realm. After all, the members of the blood spirits cultivated the bloody heaven art, and the person that had imparted them this cultivation method only needed to circulate lifelessness law to dull their rationality and could then control them as he wished. As of right now, they were nothing more than puppets on a string. They were moving according to Murong Lin's will as he sat comfortably in the building a distance away. At this moment, Duke Sheng was fighting against the dozens of manifestation realm experts that had surrounded him. The manifestation realm experts unanimously released their manifestation transformations. A giant tiger the height of a 3-story building, a fire-breathing python, a mystical eagle, a silver wolf capable of smashing the earth, a demonic flying fish with incredible speed. All kinds of manifestation transformations were summoned, bombarding the Duke with their strongest attacks. By now, the injury that was caused by Chamberlain Wan's surprise attack had long recovered. But he remained wary as he dealt with his opponents, swinging his fists fiercely. Magnificent World Fist Technique. This was an Earth-grade fist technique that the Duke had created himself, and with his cultivation at the sky-reaching realm, he could display an even greater might using this technique. It instantly sent the weaker manifestation realm experts flying. He didn't bother explaining himself any further. As the veteran Prime Minister of the Third Dynasty, he was well aware of the trepidation and determination the four great clans had against him. He shouted, "Old thief Xuet! Ignorant Wang! Come out, the both of you! Stop hiding!" The dozens of injured manifestation realm experts surrounded him yet again, staring at him with prudent eyes. Sheng Yifei slowly took out his spiritual artifact from his bag of holding. It was the lower sky-grade strategy fan. With a moderate wave of his fan, 5 of the surrounding manifestation realm experts and close to 100 experts from the 4 great clans were reduced to ashes, vanishing from this world. And during this attack, 3 human figures materialized in the street in a flash, pouncing towards the Duke. It was the great ancestors of the Shui clan, the Wang clan, and the Lu clan. While the 3 ancestors were only at the first layer of the sky-reaching realm, they were people who had accumulated decades of combat experience. Skilled in scheming, they had all kinds of trump cards in their deck. Throwing out an attack with all their strength, they each aimed at the 3 weak points on Sheng Yifei's body. One of them attacked the 3 acupuncture points at the right side of his head, the other at the 7th vertebrae at his back, and the last aimed for the point 3 fingers beneath his belly button. The 3 figures were incredibly swift, displaying their strength at the sky-reaching realm as they dashed to the Duke's side in the blink of an eye. Danger! Sheng Yi, who watched from the side, hurriedly called out for his father, "Father! Be careful!" With a slight grin, Sheng Yifei's body twisted as his manifestation realm descended from the skies. It was a 3-legged golden toad. It towered at the height of a 2-story building, with large bulging eyes and a body covered in golden stripes. Opening its mouth to scream, it created an invisible blast wave that pushed back the 3 great ancestors instantly. The 3 were visibly shocked, shouting, "Impossible! The second layer of the sky-reaching realm? How could you possibly be at the second layer of the sky-reaching realm?" The sky-reaching realm, true to its name, allowed the cultivator to commandeer the wines, but it also had an incomparable distinction between each layer. In an instant, the sure-kill ultimate attack that the 3 of them had prepared was nullified. And currently, Sheng Yifei was displaying the might of the second layer of the sky-reaching realm. Chapter 58, Zi Lin's Death. As the veteran of the Third Dynasty, Sheng Yifei had a mature appearance of a middle-aged man despite having lived for almost a century. His innate talents weren't remarkable, only attaining the sky-reaching realm relying on pure luck and stagnating at the first layer of the sky-reaching realm for a very long time. One of the reasons was the lack of a suitable cultivation method. However, his son had given him a suitable cultivation method of the lower barren grade just a few days ago, the Eclipse Golden Toad Body. He accepted the cultivation method, thrilled and delighted as he listened to Sheng Yi's explanation. Sheng Yi had explained how he had gotten this book in the remnant, and that he wanted the Duke to use it as he wished. Of course, Sheng Yifei would have never been contented with staying in the first layer of the sky-reaching realm. And so, he began cultivating secretly, obscuring the fact that he had gotten a cultivation method of the lower barren grade from even Chamberlain Wan. Today, the world finally realized that Sheng Yifei had broken through to the second layer of the sky-reaching realm. The great ancestors of the Shui clan, the Wang clan, and the Lu clan were visibly shocked, staring straight at the Duke that they had surrounded. Sheng Yifei was currently standing on top of his manifestation's transformation, the 3-legged golden toad, looking down on the battlefield. The people that had come from the Duke's residence were heavily injured on the battlefield, assailed by the 20-odd manifestation realm experts of the 4 great clans that surrounded them. The people of the 4 great clans were similarly in a mess, retrained by the suicide attacks of the Blood Spirits parishioners that charged out. The Blood Spirits members were self-destructing hysterically, with the 4 Blood Paladins long dead. There were only 100 or so people left on their side. On the other hand, there were countless of random people that had appeared, aiding them in killing the members of the Blood Spirits. The people that had been searching for them in the capital had gathered here, joining the fray to massacre the Blood Spirits. In the corner, Sheng Yi was currently holding Zi Lin in his embrace as he avoided the incoming attacks. He had vehemently unleashed his full strength earlier, slaughtering an expert of the manifestation realm. Sheng Yifei glanced at Sheng Yi's figure from above in worry, then at the great ancestors, bellowing in fury, "All of you are courting death." He commandeered his manifestation transformation the moment he finished speaking, descending from the skies as it pounced at the three great ancestors. The Shui clan's great ancestor unleashed his manifestation transformation, the Snowflower Wolf, facing Sheng Yifei's attack head-on after a howl to the skies. The silhouette of the Wang clan's great ancestor flashed as he retreated 100 meters backwards, releasing his manifestation transformation, the Thunderclap Eagle. It descended from the skies, attacking Sheng Yifei. The figure of the Lu clan's great ancestor flickered as well, flying upwards to levitate in the sky using the ability of the sky-reaching realm. Unleashing his manifestation transformation, the Flame Demon Ape King placed its palms together and created a gigantic fireball, tossing it towards the Duke. Faced with three attacks from different directions, Sheng Yifei's gaze became solemn. Putting strength into his feet, he circulated his spiritual powers as he commanded for his manifestation realm to jump up in the sky, creating a barrier with his spiritual power to block the attack of the Lu clan's great ancestor. And then, the golden toad plunged onto the ground as the golden strips on its body shone, forming a hemisphere barrier that blocked the attack of the Wang clan's ancestor. In between his advancement and retreat, Sheng Yifei launched 3 consecutive attacks, attacking the 3 of them at once. Powerless, the 3 great ancestors glanced at each other as an idea formed in their minds. They had no choice but to take him seriously. They had to divide and conquer both Sheng Yifei, who had ascended to the second layer of the sky-reaching realm, and Sheng Yi, who had a serendipitous encounter in the remnant. The air surrounding the battlefield was tense. Tang Qin brandished his hidden weapons from the side, madly massacring the people of the blood spirits without giving them the opportunity to reach his side and self-destruct. Then, Tang Qin set his sights on Zi Lin. Quite a number of the people present were targeting Zi Lin. There were members of the 4 great clans and people that desired the dragon god crystals, gradually surrounding Zi Lin and Sheng Yi. A man with reddened eyes pointed his weapon at Sheng Yi and Zi Lin, roaring, "Hand over that woman! It's her! She's the demon of the blood spirits! She's the true culprit behind the tragedy that took 100,000 human lives! Hand her over, kill her! Or you will die alongside her! Kill her! Kill her! Don't let her go!" Sheng Yi looked at the people before him with a hint of despair, dragging his words as he shouted, "Zi Lin is not from the blood spirits. Please believe me. The real culprit behind the blood spirits is Murong Lin. All of you must believe me. This matter has nothing to do with Zi Lin." But in actuality, he knew that his struggle was pointless. It didn't take long for the 2 manifestation realm experts guarding his side to die, killed under the bombardment of attacks. The people that surrounded them were filled with greed and scorn, staring at them with eyes full of unconcealed resentment and jealousy that formed invisible blades carved into their flesh. At this moment, faint sounds of a disturbance could be heard from afar. But it quickly quietened down not long after. Sheng Yi looked anxiously at the source of the commotion. While the 8 guards of the Xiao Academy were tricked into leaving the city by Murong Lu, he had arranged for the covert squad he had secretly organized to hopefully rush over in time. He had instructed Luo Pao Pao to create this squad after he had transmigrated back in time and recruited the 3 people to his side. Considering Luo Pao Pao's innate skill and demeanor fitting for his status as a peerless general in the future, he believed that this squad could help alleviate the current predicament they were in. But he was destined for failure. He could hear the thunderous sounds of a blast coming from afar as a scorching heat enveloped the surroundings. Sheng Yi's face was deathly pale. That was the vortex fire mine that he had taught Luo Pao Pao to create, a weapon capable of annihilating a group of enemies. It was a technology that didn't exist in this time period, only appearing 5 years in the future. Seeing the extent of this explosion, he could deduce that all of the vortex fire mines in the squad's possession had detonated. How could it be? Sheng Yi stared at the faraway explosion, muttering to himself. Someone among the crowd that had surrounded him mocked, "Sheng Yi, you can't be waiting for that team to come to save you, are you? We had prepared experts there waiting for them since the start. But I never expected them to self-destruct like that." Sheng Yi's expression distorted in agony. Why? Why did it still come to this? He hugged Xuanhuan tightly. He hated her, and he hated himself for being so weak. If I had another year, no, half a year, I could have changed everything, he thought to himself. Following his reincarnation, he began cultivating early, utilizing a large portion of his past life's memory to steal the greatest treasures that could be found in Yan, secretly created a military squad and planned for everything in advance. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape the tragedy of his family's annihilation. Behind him, quite a number of people had already charged into the Duke's residence, beginning their massacre and annihilation. According to the words of the four great clans, this was a mission to eliminate any members of the blood spirits. But how could Sheng Yi not understand what was going on? The blood spirits were controlled by one person, Murong Lin. Murong Lin, you deserve to die. Hatred and resentment filled Sheng Yi's chest, and yet, he couldn't find an outlet to vent. Xuanhuan, who was still in his embrace, was pale from hysteria, not knowing what to do. She finally understood the severity of her mistake, and how this mistake had brought immense agony to the man that she loved. She was full of hatred. She hated that woman for tempting her into refining the dragon god crystal. She hated herself for the moment of stupidity and greed that led to this tragedy. She was afraid. She feared for the annihilation of Duke Sheng's residence. She feared that Sheng Yi would hate her for this. And as she laid in Sheng Yi's embrace, she stared at the people that were glaring at her in resentment and greed without any courage to resist them. She was, after all, just a herb gatherer. Brother Yi. Xuanhuan murmured. Sheng Yi lowered his head to look at her ghastly face. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. Xuanhuan apologized. She slowly got up from Sheng Yi's arms, standing before him with eyes full of penitence and love. Really, I'm sorry. She leaned towards Sheng Yi's face delicately, kissing him lightly before turning around and running into the crowd, shouting. I am the demon of the blood spirit. I have no association with Duke Sheng's residence. I have no association with Sheng Yi. And just as she finished speaking, she was swiftly killed by the stab of a knife. Her body fell slowly onto the ground, with traces of longing and remorse towards Sheng Yi still on her face. And even before her body could hit the ground, the people greedy for the dragon god's bloodline had butchered her corpse instantaneously, lusting to refine the dragon god's bloodline in her body. Sheng Yi didn't even have any time to react before all he could see was Xuanhuan's corpse falling into the crowd, shredded into pieces almost instantly. His complexion was deathly pale, then red, then deathly pale again. He roared, No! Chapter 59, Seismic Fruit. Sheng Yi roared as he charged forwards, wanting to snatch Xuanhuan's corpse back, but he was promptly stopped by the people behind him. He could only watch as the crowd tore apart her corpse in a frenzy, dragging it away piece by piece. While the greed of these people wasn't comparable to the insanity of the cultivators in the valley, it was still indescribably repulsive. No! Sheng Yi screamed hoarsely, his voice cracking. Why did it come to this? Why? Xuanhuan. He wanted to cry in that instant, but he also wanted to laugh. His expression was volatile, but ultimately, a savage expression remained on his face. The clumsy cry Xuanhuan screamed before her death didn't lessen the hatred these people had towards Sheng Yi and Duke Sheng, it only incited more mocking. She had naively believed in the rationality and logicality of this world. Sheng Yi's hand grabbed at the air before him powerlessly, as if in doing so, he could bring Xuanhuan back. It was pointless. No one cared as they continued to swing their weapons towards the people that protected Sheng Yi at his side. Kill Sheng Yi. He still has the treasures he obtained from the remnant on him. Die. Those are treasures of the barren grade. Quick! Attack! Sheng Yi seemed as though he could die at any moment. Suddenly, the bellow from his father, Sheng Yi Fei, dragged him back into reality. Die! The three-legged golden toad under Sheng Yi Fei's control unleashed its ultimate attack. Aurora Flame. 3 beams of golden light shot out from the three-legged golden toad's mouth, aimed at the 3 great ancestors with a mighty aura accompanying the attack. The Shui clan's great ancestor controlled his manifestation transformation with a snow-white complexion. In an instant, the weather started to change as snow fell from the skies, the freezing temperature causing the nearby people to tremble. A beam shot from the snowflower wolf's mouth as well. The pale blue light emitted a volatile resonance that clashed directly with the golden light coming its way. Frozen World. The great ancestor of the Wang clan responded similarly. He was seated on his manifestation transformation, the Thunderclap Eagle. He placed his palms together and performed a ritual gesture at an incredibly fast speed. A mass of electricity appeared in mid-air, glinting with light as though a struggling large beast in the air. With a powerful energy harnessed within it, hundreds of lightning bolts descended upon Sheng Yi Fei. Thunderfall. Lastly, the Lu clan's great ancestor that stood a distance away closed his eyes, coughing out a mouthful of blood as the flames on his manifestation transformation, the Flame Demon Ape King, burned brighter. In the frozen land and sky, amidst the lightning bolts, his eyes glowed as a dazzling radiance shone from his manifestation transformation. The Flame Demon Ape King carried a large cleaver, swinging it down with great might as its aura descended on its surroundings, sending the people around it flying. Blazing flames. 3 great ancestors and 3 great ultimate attacks forced Sheng Yi Fei into a crisis. Seeing the desperation from the 3 old men, Sheng Yi Fei's expression changed dramatically as the golden strips on his 3-legged golden toad lit up yet again in an effort to protect himself. Despite the fact that he had gotten the Eclipse golden toad body, it hadn't been very long since he had started practicing this cultivation method. Aside from aiding him in attaining the 2nd layer of the sky-reaching realm, he hadn't been able to grasp any ultimate techniques from it. Faced with 3 attacks at the same time, even he would have some difficulty in blocking them. The 3 beams of golden light clashed with the 3 attacks, quickly disappearing without reducing the power behind the moves flying his way. With a violent explosion and merciless shockwaves blooming on the golden barrier covering the 3-legged golden toad's body, the powerful energies caused Sheng Yi Fei, the summoner of the manifestation transformation, to suffer an instant backlash from the attacks. A mouthful of blood spewed from Sheng Yi Fei's mouth as his expression paled. The golden barrier had also shattered after withstanding the bombardment of attacks. The 2 attacks of the Shui clan's great ancestor and the Wang clan's great ancestor had scattered, but the hate-filled attack from the Lu clan's great ancestor remained strong. The beam of light slammed into Sheng Yi Fei's body and exploded. His body was sent flying, creating a perfect arc in the air as he coughed out yet another mouthful of blood. Crashing into the floor, even his manifestation transformation became visibly fainter. Sheng Yi, who was standing at the side, paled as he shouted, "Father!" He was currently surrounded by a group of people, unable to reach his father. He was furious. Without a shred of hesitation, he used his trump card. He tightly grabbed a crystal that he had taken out of his bag of holding, crushing it with his hand despite the confused gazes glued onto him. The surrounding people were either confused or completely indifferent. The people by Sheng Yi's side were on the verge of being wiped out, with just a few people left that were barely holding on. Sensing danger even from afar, Tang Qin immediately grabbed Liu Haimiao's hand and retreated. As a member of the Tang sect, his mind wasn't clouded by the anger he felt towards the blood spirits for causing his father's death. Instead, he maintained his wariness and rationale as he surveyed his surroundings in battle. He realized that the blood spirits members were like madmen that had lost their minds, and after killing 2 of the blood paladins with his own hands, he was sure of it. These people were sent here on to die. They didn't seem to have any brains. Tang Qin couldn't believe that these were the people that had designed the trap in the valley that caused his father's death. He felt as though there was another mystery to unravel in this matter. As such, he retreated to Murong Lin and Wang Renmei's side holding Lu Haimiao's hand. A distance away, Murong Lin watched Sheng Yi take out and crush the crystal with a pair of binoculars. He tilted his head in puzzlement. What is that? Then, he was stunned. A powerful energy came from the inside of the Duke's manor. The earth trembled as dust was kicked into the air. What is that? Someone asked in fear. There were also people starting to run away. Regardlessly, no one knew what was happening in the manor. The entire residence then exploded in the blink of an eye. It wasn't an explosion of flames and smoke, but an eruption that destroyed everything. A formless power enveloped the area, reducing everything into dust. There were more than 100 servants in the manor and more than 100 people from the 4 great clans that had rushed in. But they were all gone. They truly vanished, not leaving even a corpse. Father! Run! Sheng Yi roared as his figure flickered, charging towards Sheng Yifei in an attempt to escape with him. The entire area was chaotic, everyone was visibly horrified and flustered, scattering in all directions. There were also some people that had circulated their spiritual powers to resist this invisible shockwave, but it was completely futile. Those beneath the manifestation realm couldn't withstand its power. Even manifestation realm experts barely held on as they defended. This was the last resort that Sheng Yi had prepared. This was the lower sky-grade seismic fruit he had obtained at a cliff using his past memories during his journey back with Xiailin after meeting her in the remnant. This fruit seemed ordinary, even with a touch, but when the seismic crystal that was grown in the fruit was crushed within a 1-mile range of the fruit, the two would synergize and create a gigantic seismic wave that would implode in a 1-mile range, destroying everything within with invisible shockwaves. Anything that couldn't block this attack would instantly be pulverized into fine dust, disappearing from this earth. It was a great material that could be used to create a spiritual artifact, but also a great item that could be used as an explosive. Sheng Yi had brought it back with the intention of using it in such a scenario where they were surrounded. But he hadn't expected himself to have used it so soon. Luckily, there was nothing especially valuable in the Duke's manor, most of which were simply some silver and gold. The most important items were stored away in Sheng Yifei's bag of holding. Sheng Yi quickly ran towards Sheng Yifei, anxiously shouting, "Father! Let's leave now!" But would the 3 great ancestors let them leave so easily? Chapter 60, Sheng Yi's Escape. The Shui clan's great ancestor hastily commanded its manifestation transformation to pounce forwards, stopping Sheng Yifei. "Stop him! Do not let him escape!" The great ancestors of the Wang clan and Shui clan advanced similarly, blocking off Duke Sheng's path to retreat. They were far beyond just offending him, they had annihilated his family and destroyed his home. It wasn't hard to imagine the hatred Sheng Yifei had towards them in his heart, and how intense his resentment it would be. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. That was why they absolutely could not let Sheng Yifei go. He was already at the 2nd layer of the sky-reaching realm. If he were to escape, he could gain the opportunity to conceal himself and painstakingly cultivate for a few years. After all, he was only 100 years old now. Even in another 50 years, he would still be in the peak of his prime. And in the future, against old farts like them, he would definitely be more than capable of suppressing them. He was destined to become a future bane to the 4 great clans, a threat to them all. Since they had chosen to make a move, they had to end it properly. The faces of the 3 great ancestors were pale, their bodies completely overwhelmed by the powerful attacks previously. Each of them had lived for more than 2 centuries, and even with their cultivation at the sky-reaching realm, it was hard for them to sustain such powerful and constant output of energy. They each took out their treasures, wanting to deal the final blow to Sheng Yifei. Sheng Yifei had exhausted his spiritual powers during the bombardment of attacks by the 3 of them, and even despite his cultivation being at a layer higher than theirs, he couldn't withstand their joint attacks with ease. Climbing up from the ground, Sheng Yifei was faced with yet another series of attacks from the 3 great ancestors. His face was pale, his blood essence depleted after receiving the attack from the great ancestor of the Lu clan. He could only commandeer the three-legged golden toad yet again in an insufficient, last-ditch attempt to withstand their attacks. Sheng Yi had already arrived at Duke Sheng's side by this time, hastily shouting, "Father!" He had completely lost his cool. His sense of superiority as a time traveler was completely gone. No matter the preparations he had done since his rebirth, he couldn't stop them. Similar to his past, the Duke's manor was surrounded by enemies, and his servants and subordinates were getting slaughtered left and right. Sheng Yi was full of hatred. He hated his incapability, that he couldn't grasp this opportunity to deal with the four great clans. He hated the tyranny of the four great clans, hell-bent on holding them down. He hated Murong Lin for tarnishing the Duke with the dirty name of the blood spirits. In short, as an expert of the majestic realm in his past life, he could feel the instability of his heart and fluctuations from his heart demon. Sheng Yi Fei couldn't spare any time to think, and he faced the three attacks from the three great ancestors as he roared towards his son, "Leave first!" He couldn't even bother to ask about the strange explosion in his residence. Even despite the warnings from his son about the greed and despicableness of the four great clans, he had never expected himself to be tarnished by the name of the blood spirits. And such a swiftly prepared siege from the four great clans had left him with no time for preparation. At this moment, the three great ancestors glanced at each other and split up. The great ancestors from the Shui clan and the Lu clan held Sheng Yi Fei back as the great ancestor of the Wang clan pounced towards Sheng Yi, who was standing on the sidelines. Lightning flashed in the sky, resembling lightning pythons in its width as the thunderclap eagle dipped from the skies, charging towards Sheng Yi. Sheng Yi quickly turned his body, putting his two hands together as he circulated his spiritual power, preparing himself to resist this attack. His face was pale, filled with sweat that was dripping down to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he activated a secret technique. Strands of red blood escaped from the pores on his body as the blood vessels beneath his skin engorged instantaneously. In just the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a blood-filled human that resembled something from a nightmare. His aura rose as well, from the peak of the origin realm to the fifth layer of the manifestation realm. His spiritual power fluctuated as he faced the thunderbolt head-on. The attack of the Wang clan's great ancestor enveloped the area around Sheng Yi, resembling a mist that couldn't be dispersed as it bombarded Sheng Yi. And by the time the thunderbolt had disappeared, Sheng Yi had changed from a blood-filled human to a burnt, black human. He collapsed to the ground, his mouth slightly agape as smoke rose from his flesh. Far away, Murong Lin was watching this scene unfold with a pair of binoculars. His mouth opened in shock. He's still not dead. That thunderbolt attack was something that even he would struggle to withstand, and Sheng Yi, who had used a secret technique to raise his strength temporarily, could actually block it. Ma Jianzhou and the rest that were at his side were busy cursing with dirted faces. The seismic fruit that Sheng Yi had used to blow up his own residence had destroyed every building and enemy in a 1-mile radius, causing a rain of dust and dirt to fall in the vicinity. Even despite being far away from the battlefield, they were pelted by the dust and rain that made their appearances unsightly. And with a sweep of one's gaze, the entire 1-mile radius of the Duke's residence had been reduced to dust and rubble. There were quite a number of corpses scattered on the ground, and even more people struggling to crawl up from the debris. The great ancestor of the Wang clan that controlled the thunderclap eagle attacked yet again, his face becoming solemn after a failed attack. And seeing this, Sheng Yi Fei, who was being held back by the two other great ancestors, gritted his teeth and circulated his spiritual power. A golden light shone from his body as the golden strips on the three-legged golden toad glowed, instantly illuminating the surroundings and blurring their silhouettes. Sheng Yi Fei leapt into the sky with the three-legged golden toad, seemingly escaping the encirclement. After reaching a certain height in the air, the three-legged golden toad waved its legs in mid-air, jumping on thin air as it leapt even higher. The two ancestors didn't have time to prepare any defensive measures before the three-legged golden toad slammed back into the ground. At the same time, the light from the golden stripes on its body dimmed as blood seeped out. Descent of the Golden Toad. This was one of the ultimate techniques in the Eclipse Golden Toad body cultivation method, but his current cultivation wasn't high enough to properly unleash this move. He paid the price with his legs. Kaka. This move had sent the two ancestors flying, giving him the opportunity to reach Shang Yi's side. With a wave of his arm, he pushed back the attack of the Wang clan's ancestor. Pu. A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth onto the ground before him, scorching the soil beneath. Shang Yi frantically supported his father's body, trying to inject his spiritual power into him as he spoke anxiously, "Father, you'll be fine, I'm going to take you away now. Let's go." Shang Yi Fei used all of his strength to look at the blood on the ground that had come out of his mouth, and then at the three great ancestors that surrounded them. With a bitter smile, he spoke, "There won't be a chance." Shang Yi's tears trickled down his cheeks as he wailed, "No. You will be fine." Shang Yi Fei didn't respond, he simply caressed Shang Yi's head before circulating his spiritual power, thrusting it into Shang Yi's chest and sending him flying a few hundred meters away. And then, he immediately turned towards the three great ancestors. He wanted to buy some time for his son. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Year! Leave now! Your father will buy you some time." Shang Yi landed on the ground with a dazed expression, as the attack was only meant to send him away, he wasn't injured in the slightest. Touching his chest, he quickly felt a hard item and lowered his head. It was his father's bag of holding. Looking back up, he could see his blood-drenched father desperately fighting against the three great ancestors. The shockwaves from their fight were even pushing around the few manifestation realm experts in their vicinity. Shang Yi knew that this wasn't the time to run headfirst towards his own death. He slowly stood up and turned around, running towards the river that cut through the capital. However, the people that were climbing out of the rubble wouldn't just let him go just like that. More than a dozen people surrounded him almost instantly, staring at him with vicious eyes. While the losses weren't significant for the four great clans this time, the pillars of strength that supported the clans were the mid-range experts in the origin realm. Those were the experts that had suffered because of the seismic fruit earlier, which only further incited their fury towards him. Shang Yi sprinted with a calm expression, he could still use the secret technique 3 more times. At this moment, a human silhouette appeared before him with a flicker, then charged towards the people chasing after him. Shang Yi suddenly remembered his name in a daze. Acui. The person he had recruited last. Acui shouted towards Shang Yi with his back facing him, "Young master, you must avenge us." His body instantly exploded without warning, dyeing the sky and the soil with his blood. However, his blood was purple. Feeling the shockwaves coming from behind his back, Shang Yi gritted his teeth to prevent the miserable whimper at the back of his throat from escaping his mouth. To stop the pursuers from attacking Shang Yi, Acui had injected himself with poison and drugs and withstood an unspeakable burning agony to assimilate it with his blood. And then, he self-destructed to stop these people with his drug-filled, poison-filled blood. With the blood corroding their bodies, the dozens of people crashed into the ground. They screamed as they bled, and they died as they lost consciousness. With this opportunity, Shang Yi leapt into the river and disappeared into the water. He left a miserable roar as he jumped. "I, Shang Yi, swear. This debt of blood will be paid with blood." Chapter 61, Tang Ken's Suspicions. Tang Ken's eyes remained fixed on the heart-wrenching scene before him. The Duke's selfless act of sacrificing himself to buy time for Shang Yi, his loyal subordinate's sacrifice to protect his master, and the evident misery of Shang Yi. His pale complexion mirrored Shang Yi's. How can it be? Did I get it wrong? No, he slowly mumbled to himself. Amidst the unfolding chaos, Lu Haimiao stood by Tang Ken's side, her concern evident as she clutched his arm tightly. "Tang Ken. Are you all right?" Lu Haimiao had remained by Tang Ken's side throughout the battle, even as she fought the retainer experts from Duke Sheng's manor. She watched as Lin, a woman like herself with the dragon god's bloodline in her body, choosing to sacrifice herself willingly for Sheng Yi. Her suspicions grew. Even despite the fact that the members of the blood spirits had appeared here. Was Duke Sheng truly the person behind it all? And watching Duke Sheng willingly stay behind to stop the enemies for his son, she was even more perplexed. The uneasiness and confusion in her mind had stopped her from doing any more. She remained at Wang Renmei and Murong Liu's side with Tang Qin, watching the situation unfold from the sidelines. As Tang Qin trembled, Liu Haimiao recognized the agitation he was experiencing was from witnessing the distressing scene. After all, his father had also sacrificed himself to save him. I was wrong. We were wrong. Duke Sheng was never the culprit. Tang Qin yelled miserably. He closed his eyes in pain as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Seeing the visible pain in his expression, Liu Haimiao walked forwards and hugged him. She didn't say anything. Her gaze slowly turned towards the two women next to them. Wang Renmei watched as the Duke coughed out blood due to the attacks of the three great ancestors. Then, the corners of her lips rose as she watched him collapse to the ground, dying. Sighing a breath of relief, she happily patted Murong Liu's shoulder. Good work. Aren't you going to chase after that fiancé of yours? As she observed Sheng Yifei's demise, Murong Liu sneered with cruel satisfaction. Her voice dripped with malicious glee as she revealed her sinister plan. Ha ha ha. I've arranged a squad to intercept him at the riverside. He won't escape the capital. She turned her head towards the corpse of the Duke, mumbling to herself, Sky-reaching realm? Sky-reaching realm? They will still die anyways. Then, she left. She knew that her father would blame her for causing such a large commotion. But she wasn't afraid anymore. With a sneer directed at Murong Liu's departing figure, then, she quickly composed herself and turned back to address those behind her. Clapping her hands together, she inquired, how's the progress on transferring assets under Duke Sheng's name? We are collaborating with the first prince, Murong Ding, and receiving assistance from ministers in the imperial court. Most of the asset transfer has already been managed. I expect the remaining tasks to be completed by tonight. And what a pity! If it weren't for the Duke's interference in the imperial court, we could have had our men infiltrate and gain some authority within the court as well. We can do so now. And I didn't expect today to go so smoothly, even the army didn't stop us. Where's the imperial guards? I heard that they were dispatched to the south to suppress South Village and the South Village King's rebellion. The Murong clan's priority lies in managing the passing of the previous emperor, and moreover, we have the princes covering us. And it'll be easy to take care of the remaining comrades of the Duke. We'll recruit some, kill some, and then split some. This matter will be personally handled by my father and his men. You may leave. Yes. At that, the young master of the Shui clan, Shui Xuanxiang, is still there waiting for you. Will you send him away? He's nothing but a coward that shies away from war. Yes. Tang Qin abruptly turned towards Wang Renmei, shouting, Did you already know? That the Duke had nothing to do with the blood spirits? Tell me, was this all in your plan? Wang Renmei looked at the young man standing next to her with a slight smile. Naive child, what are you talking about? Didn't you see the close to 1,000 blood spirits members over there? And she turned around the moment she finished speaking, leaving only a sentence for him. I really ought to be grateful to you for the Dragon Seeker rings. Without it, no one would have believed us. Ha ha ha. As Wang Renmei's mocking words reverberated in the air, Tang Qin's anger surged, and he felt an irrational urge to charge forward and confront her. However, Liu Haimiao's firm embrace restrained him. She yelled, What is the point of getting angry now? Duke Sheng is already dead. We were too hasty. No one would have expected anyone to use the Dragon Seeker rings as a trap to lure us into attacking the Duke's residence. This isn't your fault. Our mission now is to find the true culprit behind everything. That person has even borrowed our strength to get rid of the blood spirits. There must be an even bigger conspiracy brewing behind it all. Tang Qin gradually calmed himself down, his expression returning to normal. He mumbled to himself, yes, the culprit isn't Duke Sheng, then, who is it? Earlier, Sheng Yi seemed to be saying earlier that the blood spirits cult leader was Murong Lin? No, this must be a trap too, a trap, ah! Tang Qin suddenly grabbed at his hair, screaming as he cried and howled. Lu Hai Miao hugged him as her heart ached, the two locked in a tight embrace on the side of the battlefield. In the center, the three great ancestors heaved in relief as they took out a spiritual medicine from their bags of holding, healing their bodies. They glanced at each other, then at the corpse of the Duke in the center of the battlefield. They could finally relax. The great ancestor of the Wang clan spoke first. We finally took care of this huge thorn in our side. The Shui clan's great ancestor snorted in response, his frustration evident. Ha! Our losses haven't been insignificant either. That old thief Du only knows how to stand by and reap benefits from the chaos. We cannot let him profit from this situation. The Wang clan's great ancestor shook his head. He couldn't care less. What will Murong Tong's side say? We'll see if Mo Wendao is useful. I gave him a bunch of Eastern merchants. I don't believe that the Mo Shan sect won't be tempted. The cold gaze of the Lu clan's great ancestor swept past the battlefield. Now that the blood spirits appeared here unexpectedly, they've all died. What should we do? What should we do? Can't you tell from those blood spirits members? They're obviously sent here to be scapegoats. Now, we wouldn't even need to tarnish Duke Sheng's reputation. The people gathered here to watch the battle will help us spread the news. In my eyes, the true culprit's actions in sending them here to die might be an act of subservience toward us. Your imagination is rather kind. I worry that the culprit is scheming against us. The Lu clan's great ancestor swung his arm, his sleeve fluttering in the wind. I will send some people to continue investigating the hideouts of the blood spirits. We will definitely find them if they remain in the capital. After further discussions, the three great ancestors left. They didn't intend on bringing away Duke Sheng's corpse, instead, they simply left it there. The spies of different influential forces watched the end of the battle from afar, amazed by the fight. Then, news of the battle spread like wildfire in the capital. Zhou Miao, who was smoking as he leaned on the railings, spoke in perplexion. Strange, why would the men of the blood spirits rush out to die? Why would they do that? Murong Lin glanced at him, casually responding, perhaps, they had no choice. As he listened to the system's voice in his mind, he bubbled with joy, wanting to kill someone to further boost his mood. Ding! Zi Lin's death is causing the protagonist Sheng Yi's little protagonist halo to shatter. His protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Sheng Yi Fei's death is causing the protagonist Sheng Yi's little protagonist halo to shatter further. His protagonist value has dropped by 100. Ding! The annihilation of Duke Sheng's manor is causing the protagonist Sheng Yi's little protagonist halo to shatter further. His protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining villain value of 200, you may use them to purchase items in the system shop. After everything, not only did he silence the blood spirits entirely, but he also obtained 200 villain value. The blood spirits were destroyed with the deaths of the 4 blood paladins. Even if there were survivors, they wouldn't dare to take up the name of the blood spirits. And no one in the blood spirits would know the true identity of their mysterious cult leader. Ma Jianzhou yawned as he looked at the already dark sky, then at the teacups on the table and laughed. What a pity, what a pity. Let's go eat, shall we? It's just about time for dinner. Ha ha ha. True, only you would have such an appetite. The few of them returned to wash up, changing into clean clothes, then headed off to a restaurant to drink and feast. Quite a number of people that had witnessed the great battle at Duke Sheng's residence were gathered in this restaurant. chattering away in the lively atmosphere. At the same time, a person was looking down at Murong Lin from the third floor, sighing in amazement, "You really are vicious, my wonderful third brother." Chapter 62, The Imperial Court's Countermeasures. In the depths of the court, Murong Tong was currently carrying his youngest son, Murong Ran, as he went through the documents on his table. His expression flickered between solemn, pale, red, and powerless. And finally, it all turned into a sigh that escaped from his lips. At the tender age of 10, Murong Ran was nothing but a naive child that couldn't grasp the emotions of the man that was carrying him. "Father? What's wrong?" He had lived with his maternal uncle in the Mo Shan sect from the age of 6, and because of that, he treated his father with the utmost respect. After all, his mother passed away from a disease when he was still very young, leaving only his father to look after him. With the passing of his grandfather, Murong Ran's uncle took him to the Grand Imperial Court to honor the departed soul. Their plan was to remain there for a considerable period, paying their respects and fulfilling their duties. He believed that the loss of his elder brothers had deeply wounded his father. Consequently, he dutifully stayed by his father's side, observing him silently and attentively. This was something his uncle had taught him. Once more, Murong Tong let out a sigh, his gaze shifting downward to the child cradled in his arms. They possess such short-sightedness, even amidst the nation's turmoil, their focus remains fixated on personal interests. Baffled by the words he couldn't comprehend, Murong Ran squirmed in Murong Tong's embrace and inquired with genuine curiosity, "Who?" Gently patting Murong Ran's head, Murong Tong replied, "I'm talking about that silly uncle of yours and those old farts." Their focus remains solely on safeguarding their own interests, it seems. Then, he exhaled yet another long sigh, "Ha, Yi Fei, don't blame me." There was a reason why the imperial court didn't rush to Duke Sheng's aid. It was because someone of the 4 great clans had disclosed the duke's actions of conscripting soldiers and acquiring horses. Upon conducting their own thorough investigations, the imperial authorities verified the truth of the matter. Although Luo Pao Pao's squad was not particularly exceptional, their audacity in clandestinely forming a private troop in the capital right under the emperor's nose signified a lack of good intentions as well. Sheng Yi would have never guessed that the squad he had created to protect the duke's residence had been uncovered by the 4 great clans. Because of that, Murong Tong truly believed that the duke had intentions of starting a rebellion, and that they might even be working with the South Village King, Ning Wei Wu. Up until this point, the existence of the Qinglu Tower had remained entirely unnoticed, orchestrating their intricate schemes from behind the scenes throughout all these events. Observing his father's sighs, Murong Ran astutely decided to shift the topic. "Father, can you tell me more about the great Nanyu Wangguo tournament?" Murong Tong caressed his head as he laughed. "You're still young, and here you are, dreaming of joining the tournament? You have to be at least 20 years old for me to send you off without any worries. Aside from that, the competition might not be a good thing, at least for small countries like us." Clutching onto Murong Tong's arm, Murong Ran implored with a touch of childlike sweetness in his voice, "Please, just share a little about it with me. My uncle and the others on the mountain are always busy with their cultivation and hardly talk to me. I'm so bored I could die." With a warm laugh, Murong Tong settled the child on his thigh, saying, "Renner, you should know that this tournament occurs once every 5 years, yet more than 1 million people partake in it. Though our country is granted a participation quota of 5, we're unable to send 5 representatives each time." "Why?" Murong Ran asked curiously as he kicked his feet in the air. "Because the chances of death or severe injuries are too high, reaching a point where even manifestation realm experts have a staggering 90% likelihood of perishing or being left crippled. Do you think the people of Yan would dare to participate? They're only hoping to win the right to participate and gain access to resources from our country's internal tournament. As for participating in the Great Nanyu Wangguo tournament, it has been more than 3 centuries since the last person from our country managed to succeed. In these 3 centuries, we've lost more than 200 geniuses from our country. This is the reason why no one wished to participate in the tournament. Ha, even so, there will still be people willing to participate. Why, you ask? Why else if not their desire to enter the 10 great sects? Murong Lin asked as he pouted, 10 great sects? Who are they? Are they very strong? Murong Tong couldn't stop himself from laughing as he flicked Murong Lin's forehead. They aren't just strong. In simple terms, these 10 great sects rule over this entire continent of more than 1 trillion people. They all have the hidden realms in their possessions, independent from this continent as their sects mountains. The smaller sects have more than 10,000 people, and the bigger sects have hundreds of thousands of people. Among them, the Haran Men is the most righteous, the Dragon Tiger Hall is the fiercest, the Buddhistic Cultivation Temple is the ancientest, 100 Cultivation Mountain is the most spiritual, the 1,000 Opportunity Valley is the godliest, the Four Seas Academy is the most unrestrained, and Insouciant Island is the subtlest. These 7 are considered rather righteous, and the remaining 3 are sects that ordinary people didn't wish to enter. It was the most poisonous Desolate Sect, the most vicious Moon Prayer Pagoda, and the most chaotic Dark Demon Alliance. Murong Tong introduced all of the 10 great sects in one go, watching as a longing expression appeared on his younger son's face as he sat in his lap. With a pat to his butt, he laughed, "Don't overthink, even if you were able to enter one of these sects, even as an errant disciple, it would be a mixed blessing for our Murong clan." Frowning, Murong Lin turned his head in displeasure. Seeing his reaction, Murong Tong laughed powerlessly as he continued to work on the documents on his table. The situation in the south was rather serious. The South Village Army had defeated and passed through 5 consecutive counties under Ningwei Wu's leadership. 5 counties. There were only 32 counties in the entire country of Yan. And the 600,000-strong South Village Army had conquered 5 counties. It was nothing short of a disgrace. Aside from the South Village Army and the Black River cult starting an uprising, the different counties of Yan were all embroiled in chaos. Even in the places where the imperial court's authority was the strongest, their soldiers and officials were also revolting. Murong Tong's vexation was evident as his brows furrowed, his gaze fixed upon the letter sent by the veteran general, Wen Tianluo. Despite the fact that Wen Tianluo had swiftly left to lead the imperial court's army and the local soldiers in the different counties, a total of 400,000 soldiers, to stop the South Village Army, they were being pushed back with every defeat. Even with Wen Tianluo's superiority in war tactics and strategy, under the suppression of Ningwei Wu's overwhelming numbers and might, he faced great difficulty in their battles. Reading the letter Wen Tianluo had sent urgently to call for assistance, he thought to himself, now that the matter with the 4 great clans and Duke Sheng has been settled, no other problems should arise. With the severity of each county's disarray and the mutinies of the different influential forces, even with forces ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, the local armies were being stretched impossibly thin. They could only dispatch the soldiers from the capital against the south, but this meant that the capital wasn't safe anymore. Among the 3 great generals, the calculative general Jian Biao was stationed with the supportive forces outside of the city, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Unfortunately, the unrelenting general Zhang Tiansheng was still recovering from his injuries, so he couldn't be deployed. With a sigh, he yelled to the outside of his room, "Listen to my edict." Scuffling could be heard as a few eunuchs ran over with imperial paper and brushes in hand in just the span of a few breaths, kneeling at the tableside as they awaited his words. After thinking for a moment, Murong Tong spoke, "Command the calculative general, Jian Biao, to lead the imperial guards, the 8 guards of the Xiao Academy, the 5 guards of the East Mountain, the 3 guards of Xianbei and 200,000 soldiers to the south to support the veteran general, Wen Tianluo. As for the rebel army, the priority is to defeat the leaders, subdue and forcefully conscript the rebels to form the second wave of the support army headed to the south." "Yes, as you command." An elderly eunuch handed over the imperial decree that he had written down for Murong Tong to check, and after ensuring that his words were documented correctly, he sent his men to inform the rest. Once they had excused themselves, Murong Tong patted Murong Ran's head. "Will you leave first? Your father still has other matters to attend to." Murong Ran nodded, then asked in curiosity, "Father, with the imperial guards dispatched, what about the safety of the capital?" Murong Tong caressed his head, laughing as he responded, "With so many sky-reaching realm experts here, what are you afraid of?" With a vague understanding of his father's words, Murong Ran excused himself. In the dim and desolate room, Murong Tong clapped his hands. "Inform Uncle Jiao, let him know that the Linnan rebel army can be mobilized immediately to halt the advances of the Willow Sword Saint in the east." "Yes," acknowledged a hoarse voice from an unseen figure, lurking in the shadows of the empty room. Chapter 63, Tang Ken's Investigation. Murong Lin stared at the 8 great butcher kings before him, or more accurately, the 3 great butcher kings. Because there were 5 corpses on the ground. They were the remaining 5 great butcher kings. Murong Lin's expression was dark as he stared at the 3 of them. "I entrusted each of you with the task of intercepting Sheng Yi and tracking his whereabouts, and yet, you're telling me that none of you could handle him, even in light of his severe injuries." The 8 great butcher kings, being manifestation realm experts at the 4th and 5th layers, possessed formidable power, capable of vanquishing even a 9th layer manifestation realm expert with ease, especially if they had collaborated. The exhausted Sheng Yi, not even a manifestation realm expert, would have been no match for their combined might. How could such 5 of such formidable warriors meet their demise? The 3 great butcher kings exchanged glances, and then one of them stepped forward with a grim expression. "As per your orders, we discreetly trailed the squad dispatched by the 6th princess. Our plan was to intercept Sheng Yi after he had dealt with them, intending to incapacitate him and secure his capture. Yet, an enigmatic old man unexpectedly emerged from nowhere and came to Sheng Yi's rescue. Before we could even utter a word, the old man launched an attack on us. The 5 of them died at the hands of that mysterious old man." Murong Lin's face contorted with a frown. "Do any of you have any knowledge of the identity of that old man?" After a brief moment of contemplation, one of them replied, "The man wielded a chain as his weapon, and from his formidable aura, it appeared he was at the sky-reaching realm. His distinguishing features included a hunched back and a mane of white hair. If our suspicions are accurate, he bears a striking resemblance to a lethal spectre Nisu, the enigmatic figure from a century and a half ago." There were a total of 18 sky-reaching realm experts in Yan, encompassing both those who were openly recognized and those who preferred to remain concealed. Nisu was one of the mysterious sky-reaching realm experts. Lethal Spectre Nisu had etched his name into history by wielding his deadly lethal chains, becoming the most renowned cultivator of his era, but he had since disappeared. Murong Lin had never anticipated the reappearance of Lethal Spectre Nisu after such an extended absence of 1.5 centuries. Back then, Nisu was already approaching the age of around 140 years, and if he had not managed to break through the bottleneck of the sky-reaching realm, he would now be nearing the end of his natural lifespan. After all, sky-reaching realm experts only had a lifespan of approximately 300 years. However, the revelation of Sheng Yi's connection with Lethal Spectre Nisu caught Murong Lin entirely off guard. Not only had Lethal Spectre Nisu come to Sheng Yi's aid, but he had also eliminated 5 of Murong Lin's subordinates. Frustration and anger surged within Murong Lin as he paced back and forth in his chamber, attempting to unravel the perplexing connection between Sheng Yi and Lethal Spectre Nisu. But in the end, he could only powerlessly blame it on Sheng Yi's protagonist halo. After all, the concept of protagonist halos carried within it the possibility of such fortuitous events. The notion that an elderly figure, resembling an old grandpa, would emerge to rescue the protagonist in times of peril was not unheard of. With a heavy sigh, Murong Lin gestured for the 3 great butcher kings to leave. He then left his room to find the flowering steel trees afterwards, asking them, "Have you managed to stabilize your cultivations?" The flowering steel trees responded, Master, we have reached the first layer of the sky-reaching realm. We only lack time to stabilize our cultivation, but we will be able to kill a first-layer sky-reaching realm expert if the two of us cooperated. Murong Lin nodded, good. Yes, the flowering steel trees had gone into closed-door cultivation a few days ago, preparing to break through the sky-reaching realm. Murong Lin had also given them the spiritual medicine that he had harvested from the herbal field in the remnant. Murong Lin stood in the courtyard as he stared at the moon, speaking moodily, I had hoped to deal with Sheng Yi first, but he managed to slip through my grasp. It appears that you, Tang Qin, are my only viable option now. I've entrusted you with the corpse, it's time to demonstrate your worth. On the other hand, the Tang Qin that was dearly missed by Murong Lin was staring at the corpse before him in shock. Clad in matching dark attire, perfect for stealthy movements in the shadows, Tang Qin and Liu Haimiao meticulously examined the lifeless body within the confines of the morgue. Liu Haimiao pinched her nose, her complexion turning slightly purple from the unpleasant air in the morgue. Anxious and impatient, she urged Tang Qin, hurry up. What's there to linger on? The lifeless form before them belonged to Chamberlain Wan, the valiant servant who had met his fate in the fierce battle at Duke Sheng's residence. It was he who had initiated the ambush on the Duke, sparking the intense conflict with his resounding war cry. Despite many regarding him as a righteous man who dared to expose the unsavory ties between the Duke and the blood spirits, Tang Qin remained skeptical of such claims. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his past life, he had encountered numerous intricate schemes and deceptions. The true reality lurking beneath the surface was far more dreadful and horrifying than what met the eye. After the great battle, he sneaked into the morgue that housed Chamberlain Wan's corpse, intending to use the techniques of the Tang sect to inspect the body. Unfortunately, the corpse was far from intact, clearly damaged during the battle. But this didn't affect Tang Qin's inspection. With a keen eye, Tang Qin swiftly observed that the bones of this particular corpse appeared to be merely around 30 years old, significantly younger than the actual age of Chamberlain Wan, who had been 40 years old at the time of his demise. Perhaps the information we possess about Chamberlain Wan isn't entirely accurate. He might have concealed his true age. Liu Haimiao interjected. Undeterred by her comment, Tang Qin presented another piece of evidence. Observe the side of Chamberlain Wan's face carefully, you can distinctly see 2 layers of human skin covering it. Liu Haimiao stared in shock at the ghastly sight before her. Tang Qin had delicately peeled off the skin on the corpse's face, exposing an underlying layer of human skin. Horrified, she questioned, what does this mean? Could it be that Chamberlain Wan wasn't human? Ha, you're overthinking. It's obvious that someone went to great lengths to tear off their own skin and replace it with Chamberlain Wan's face. Moreover, they must have employed some secret technique to alter their bone structure and appearance, effectively assuming the identity of Chamberlain Wan. Torn off their skin? How savage! Liu Haimiao had goosebumps rising all over her body as she imagined the brutal act. The methods employed by these individuals are not only cruel to others but even more so to themselves. Tang Qin spoke calmly. Who are these people? How many of them had successfully replaced someone like this? And what are they aiming for? Liu Haimiao was perplexed. They were merely scratching the surface of this organization. Despite their efforts, the true motives of the group remained elusive. Tang Qin's fists tightened, and his eyes burned with intensity. It appears that the blood spirits were deliberately sacrificed by this organization to implicate Duke Sheng, and they might also be the true culprits behind the tragic events in the valley. So, if we manage to unveil the mastermind behind all this, we will have successfully identified our true enemy, right? Tang Qin nodded, yes. Do you have any other clues? Liu Haimiao asked. Now that Chamberlain Wan was dead, it was impossible to get any further information from him. As for the Peak Origin Realm experts who were replaced like Chamberlain Wan, even if they could capture them alive, it was unlikely that they could force out any information from their mouths. If the blood spirits were truly sacrificed in an effort to tarnish the duke's reputation, then perhaps Shang Yi's last words hold a crucial clue: Murong Lin, the third prince. It can't be. The influence of the third prince is the weakest amongst the princes. Where would he get the courage to do this? Liu Haimiao was full of disbelief. It's precisely because he appears the weakest that he remains unsuspected. Consider this: 3 princes perished in that very valley, and with the Prime Minister, Duke Sheng, now deceased, the entire imperial faction will undergo a significant reshuffling. Murong Lin undoubtedly stands to gain from this turmoil. Tang Qin asserted with conviction. Then, what should we do? Liu Haimiao was visibly shocked. We need to first investigate exactly how many people in the capital were replaced, and when my master arrives, we will divulge to him everything that we've discovered. But how can we possibly investigate? Searching through the entire capital one by one seems impossible, doesn't it? Tang Qin nodded, pondering deeply. We will begin by probing the most influential and prominent figures. I will request Uncle Jiang's assistance in this matter. All right, who should we start with? The eldest prince, Murong Ding. Chapter 64, Murong Ding. Murong Ding had been very pleased recently. Firstly, his exceptionally talented younger brothers had met an untimely demise in a valley. One of them was Murong Zhan, the most talented amongst them, and the other was his wealthiest younger brother, Murong Jing. Subsequently, Duke Sheng faced his downfall at the hands of the united forces from the 4 great clans, resulting in a significant number of members from the imperial faction defecting to align with the eldest prince's faction. This shift in loyalties further bolstered the eldest prince's growing influence and power. With the 6th sister, once the apple of their father's eye, committing such an act, it was inevitable that she would now be cast aside. As for his 8th brother, being still young, he posed no immediate threat, and moreover, he held valuable information about their 3rd brother, a weakness that could be disclosed to their imperial father at any given moment. Indeed, among all the contenders, only Murong Xin was perceived as a legitimate threat to the throne in his discerning eyes. Yet, the military forces lending their support to Murong Xin were presently preoccupied with quelling the widespread chaos and mutiny that had engulfed the nation. He harbored no doubts that their strength would be significantly depleted due to these ongoing predicaments. With the recent passing of the previous emperor, his imperial father was expected to step back from the front lines in a few years. By that opportune moment, the resources of both the clan and the imperial court would tilt heavily in his favor, paving the way for him to ascend the throne with certainty. Naturally, Murong Ding skillfully concealed his emotions behind a carefully crafted mask of indifference. Amidst the Murong clan's period of grieving over the recent loss of his grandfather and the nation embroiled in turmoil, Murong Ding recognized that he couldn't act according to his own desires without considering the current situation. At that very moment, Murong Ding's loyal and trusted aide, Liu Xuanhuan, made his way into the hall. Upon noticing Murong Ding, who was seated at the highest level as he calmly savored his tea, Liu Xuanhuan promptly offered his respectful greetings. Your Highness, Tang Qin and Liu Haimiao are at the door, seeking an audience with you. As Murong Ding's hand froze in midair, he cast a peculiar gaze upon Liu Xuanhuan, Tang Qin, the disciple of the old poisonous ghost, and Liu Haimiao from the Zhongxiang gang. What could possibly bring them to my residence? Tang Qin's silhouette was everywhere Liu Haimiao went, wherever he ventured, she was never far behind, and the same was true in reverse. This had sparked widespread speculation among the citizens of the capital, with the prevailing belief that the two were entwined in a passionate romance. One was nothing but the disciple of the sky-reaching realm expert, old poisonous ghost, and the other was the daughter of the Zhongxiang gang's leader, 3rd on the wanted list. They made quite a match. Now that the two of them had visited his residence together, Murong Ding was curious about their intentions. Despite his slight puzzlement, Murong Ding chose not to dwell on it and simply gave his approval. Please, invite them in. After a slight bow, Liu Xuanhuan excused himself and invited the two in. As Liu Haimiao stepped inside the grandeur of the eldest prince's manor, she couldn't help but be enamored by its lavishness. Her gaze was drawn to the exquisite display of flowers that adorned the entire residence, a breathtaking sight that captivated her attention like that of a curious young girl. However, her focus seemed fixed solely on the floral beauty, and she failed to observe anything else in the surroundings. As Tang Qian discreetly observed the back of Liu Xuanhuan, a series of thoughts raced through his mind. Everyone knew that Liu Xuanhuan held a position of utmost trust and proximity to Murong Lin. In the event that the mastermind behind the unfolding events sought to supplant someone, it was only logical to consider targeting Liu Xuanhuan for such a crucial role. Despite his thorough examination of Liu Xuanhua's attire, gait, mannerisms, and speech, Tang Qian couldn't find anything strange. But suddenly, a gust of wind blew past them, carrying the scent on Liu Haimiao's body as it inadvertently entered Tang Qian's nose. A subtle change in his expression betrayed his momentary surprise, but he swiftly regained his composure. He engaged in small talk. "I didn't expect Mr. Liu to be a man of the West Frontier." Upon hearing Tang Qian's comment, Liu Xuanhua's expression took on a hint of puzzlement. He turned his head to respond, "This servant is not a person from the West Frontier. I was born and raised right here in the capital." Tang Qian was visibly perplexed, then apologetic, "Is that so? I seem to have made a mistake in my assumption." Indifferent, Liu Haimiao continued to lead the two to the hall before excusing himself. Deep in thought, Tang Qian's gaze lingered on Liu Haimiao's back for a moment before he approached Murong Lin with a composed expression. "Tang Qian pays his respects to your highness, the eldest prince." Observing the respectful greetings from Tang Qian and Liu Haimiao, Murong Lin promptly rose to his feet and waved off the formality. "Aya, no need for this, come, let's all take a seat and have a conversation." The three sat down, with Tang Qian and Liu Haimiao seated to Murong Lin's left. "I'm curious to know the reason behind your visit to my residence today," Murong Lin inquired courteously. Liu Haimiao looked towards Tang Qian, who responded respectfully with cupped hands, "Your Highness, I have come here with an inquiry. Have you noticed anything unusual or peculiar about the third prince?" A subtle change in Murong Lin's expression was quickly concealed, but not without being noticed by Tang Qian, who keenly perceived the shift in emotions. Maintaining his composed tone, Murong Lin replied, "Oh, I wasn't aware of anything unusual. Could you please enlighten me on what you mean by unusual? What sort of peculiarities are you referring to?" Tang Qian was taken aback by Murong Lin's response. It became clear that Murong Lin had indeed noticed something peculiar about Murong Lin, just like Tang Qian had. Tang Qian hurriedly continued, "For instance, his actions and the behind-the-scene plans. Your Highness, I sense that you, too, might have observed something peculiar about him, haven't you?" Murong Lin gazed at the youthful and overeager young man before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Despite his young age, Tang Qian's fair countenance bore an expression that surpassed his years, displaying a profound depth of emotions. He thought silently anyways, there is definitely something peculiar about Murong Lin's behavior, and if this young man is so suspicious of Murong Lin, why not allow him to conduct an investigation and potentially reveal any hidden schemes? If Tang Qian's efforts succeeded, it would mean that I wouldn't even have to take any direct actions to deal with Murong Lin. After a moment of deliberation, Murong Lin feigned a solemn expression as he lowered his voice to speak, "Given that you share the same suspicions, I won't withhold any information from you. I've received reports suggesting a possible connection between Murong Lin and the blood spirits. Though I can't accept this without verification, I must admit that my third brother's recent behavior has indeed been peculiar. Additionally, the timing of the blood spirit's supposed annihilation is highly suspicious. It raises questions about whether it was a scheme to silence them instead. I am quite worried about my third brother currently. I don't believe that he was such a person." Seizing the moment, Murong Lin dramatically clutched his chest, simulating a heartache as he spoke with a sorrowful tone, "If your investigation reveals anything, do not hold back or show mercy. Maintain your impartiality and expose the villains without hesitation. The two continued to exchange a few words, but with the lack of information possessed by both parties, they couldn't delve any deeper into the topic. Before leaving, Tang Qin cupped his hands towards Murong Ding with a courteous smile. I am thankful to your highness, the eldest prince, for helping to clarify my uncertainties. The fragrance of the west frontier flowers in your manor is truly delightful. I thank you for your hospitality. Murong Ding waved his arm as he smiled. Do not worry about it. They are all harvested by my servants. As Tang Qin led Lu Haimiao out of the palace, his previously composed expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Lu Haimiao asked curiously, what's wrong? Did something happen? Didn't he also think that Murong Lin was strange? He's just like us. Tang Qin shook his head, not that. Did you see the fresh flowers within his manor? I saw it. Is there a problem with them? No way, are they poisonous? Lu Haimiao inquired with a tinge of apprehension, considering how Tang Qin's expertise in poisons could have played a role in uncovering something unusual. No. It's not poison, those are poisonless flowers. But, they're all rare, peculiar plants of the west frontier. Even my master would have difficulty gathering enough of these flowers to fill such a vast manor. Ah? Well, I don't think that it's beyond the realm of possibility for the eldest prince. Oh? Then how do you explain the 3 white heart tea flowers that only grow on the White Mountain, the little golden glow bell flower and the broken flower? These are plants that are monopolized by the White Mountain bandits, and even an expert like my master had only seen them once in his life. You mean, the eldest prince is a man of the White Mountain bandits? He is definitely the backer of the White Mountain bandits. Do you recall that guy, Lu Xuanhuan? I do, he seems refined. Ha, I detected the unique scent of the White Mountain bandits from him, a scent I had once smelled on the 18th day Sky Wolf. Lu Haimiao was perplexed, how is that related? His expression was dark. The 18th day Sky Wolf was once gravely injured by the leader of the White Mountain bandits. I detected the same scent from his wound afflicted by their leader on Lu Xuanhuan, it's identical. Sii you mean? Yes, Lu Xuanhuan is the leader of the White Mountain bandits. Lu Haimiao was still confused, are you sure? I am certain, the cultivation method I employ will never deceive me. Tang Qin spoke with certainty. However, his expression darkened again as he thought of something. You're saying that the eldest prince established the White Mountain bandits, and the third prince created the blood spirits? Fuck, does that mean that the secret organizations of all the princes are all on the wanted list? Anyways, Murong Ding also sensed something unusual from Murong Lin. Therefore, I think that there's only one undeniable truth in this perplexing affair. Lu Haimiao asked, what? Tang Qin stared at her as he pressed down on her shoulders, that Murong Lin had been replaced secretly. Chapter 65, Murong Xing is dead. Lu Haimiao looked at Tang Qin in disbelief, you're saying that Murong Lin also had his face peeled off? Like Chamberlain Wan? Tang Qin responded with a somber expression, regrettably, yes. A chill went up their spines as Tang Qin placed a reassuring hand on Lu Haimiao's shoulder. Let's not do anything just yet, we'll visit the 7th prince first and explain the situation to him. Indeed, the 7th prince was the only person they could wholeheartedly trust in the capital, given that their fates had been entwined ever since their narrow escape from the treacherous valley. With a swift change in direction, they hurried towards the military's medical facility, where Murong Xing had opted to recuperate for a few weeks due to the severe injuries sustained during his escape from the valley. As Tang Qin and Lu Haimiao reached the entrance of the facility, they encountered 2 elderly men dressed inconspicuously. One of them carefully examined Tang Qin's appearance before gesturing for them to enter. Lu Haimiao walked through the courtyard with an air of caution, while Tang Qin followed closely behind, oblivious to the oddity surrounding the 2 old men. During their walk, not a single soul was in sight, and the whereabouts of the servants remained a mystery. Liu Haimiao attempted to open the door in front of her, her confusion evident as she asked, "Why is the door closed and seemingly locked?" Tang Qin exerted his strength as he attempted to push the door open, but it remained firmly shut, resisting his efforts. Finally, both of them realized that something was indeed amiss. Liu Haimiao carefully surveyed her surroundings but failed to spot even a single person. The emptiness of the courtyard was highly unusual and unsettling. Tang Qin activated his spiritual power as he continued to push against the doors, all the while remaining vigilant, inspecting the surroundings for any signs of danger or hidden threats. The floor was impeccably clean, indicating that someone diligently tidied the place every day. The door led to the hall, a vast space that appeared untouched and undisturbed. Although the place was designated for the seventh prince's recovery and should have been heavily guarded, there was an inexplicable absence of personnel. Given the critical nature of the situation, one would expect a guard stationed every 10 steps, but none were to be found. The room appeared eerily deserted, as if its occupants had mysteriously vanished into thin air. Tang Qin's expression was solemn as he called out, "Your Highness the Seventh Prince, I must apologize for what I am about to do." Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully struck the obstructing door with his outstretched hand, skillfully creating a small hole around the area of the door's lock, just wide enough for Tang Qin's hand to reach through. Liu Haimiao was surprised, "What are you doing?" Liu Haimiao was taken aback and asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" He hurriedly pushed aside the broken door, barging into the room. However, the moment the door swung open, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood, and the floor was drenched in a gruesome pool. "Ah!" Liu Haimiao, who was following closely behind Tang Qin, let out a piercing scream of horror. The sight of the scattered corpses on the floor didn't frighten her as much as the horrifying manner in which these people had met their end. It was a method that she had become all too familiar with, something she had encountered far too often recently. It hadn't been executed with a blade, a hammer, a punch, or a kick. It was hidden weapons. Close to 30 bodies were littered on the ground, each with hidden weapons stuck into their flesh. On their heads, chests, stomachs, backs. Vital points were ruthlessly pierced by hidden weapons, creating a horrifying sight. This is, after careful inspection, Liu Haimiao noticed something. "Yes, these are my hidden weapons." Tang Qin responded calmly. Yes. The hidden weapons that had pierced into these corpses were all meticulously crafted by Tang Qin himself. Among them were bone-piercing nails, money darts, cloud-crossing shuttles, wind spikes, throat rings, and more, all unique weapons known as Tang Qin's original creations. All of these distinct hidden weapons had inexplicably appeared at the crime scene. The patrolling guards, doctors, and cleaners, all of them were gathered here at the scene. As he sniffed the air, Tang Qin's complexion paled. He pointed at a screen behind them, the seventh prince. With her spiritual powers circulating, Liu Haimiao lifted the screen that obstructed their view, revealing what lay behind it. There, seated on a chair with his head lowered, was the seventh prince Murong Lin. A dreadful sight greeted them. His chest was pierced by a variety of a dozen hidden weapons, suggesting a cruel act of vengeance had taken his life. The seventh prince was dead. Their minds went blank instantly. This was a highly secure medical facility operated by the military, a place that even they couldn't sneak into. Yet, astonishingly, the heavily guarded Murong Lin and an entire household of people were found dead. No. In a sudden realization, Tang Qin swiftly turned on his heels and hurriedly made his way out. Simultaneously, as he had anticipated, the panicked cries of two individuals echoed from outside. "Something terrible has happened! Something terrible has happened! The seventh prince is dead! The seventh prince is dead! The culprit is Tang Qin! He's still inside the house! Hurry, come quickly!" With grave expressions, Tang Qin and Liu Haimiao approached the door and cautiously peered outside. The two elderly men were at the forefront, leading an entire team with horrified expressions, frantically pointing towards the room as they shouted, "Hurry! Tang Ken has murdered the 7th prince!" Liu Haimiao was visibly furious. What's with the two of them? They're spouting bullshit without knowing anything. No, they know exactly what they're doing. Isn't it obvious? Everyone else dead, don't you think it's strange? Ha! They're definitely involved with this matter. They're trying to frame us. Let's leave. If we let them capture us, we'll be implicated no matter what we say or do. He tightly grasped Liu Haimiao's hand and rushed outside. Fortunately for them, the news of the 7th prince's death had left most people outside utterly stunned and thrown into chaos. They were unable to react in time to stop Tang Ken and Liu Haimiao as the two hurriedly made their escape. And so, taking advantage of the chaotic situation, Tang Ken and Liu Haimiao managed to make their escape successfully. Following them from afar were the clamoring soldiers and helpers of the imperial court. Pale from the shock, Liu Haimiao asked in fear, "Why did they kill the 7th prince?" Tang Ken responded without even glancing back, "They're silencing the prince and setting a trap to frame us. It appears that there's someone out there who's trying to stop us." Ha! Who? I don't know, it could be the 3rd prince, or it might be the mastermind behind everything. Regardless, we must staunchly maintain our innocence in this matter. The testimonies of those two individuals will hold no weight. Regarding the hidden weapons at the crime scene, I've discarded countless weapons during my battles. They can't be considered as evidence. Tang Ken asserted with certainty. He needed to be rational now. The fact that there was already someone out there targeting them indicated that they were on the right track. Let's go. We need to find a safe place to hide and avoid capture. If they catch us, it's all over. The ones who have taken the place of the deceased will undoubtedly try to harm us in secret. We must wait until my master arrives. Only then can we seize the opportunity to expose Murong Lin's true identity. Their silhouettes flickered as they escaped to a dark area, disappearing from sight. Then, the entire capital plunged into chaos once more. The 7th prince was dead. After narrowly escaping the treacherous valley, where 3 other princes had tragically lost their lives, the 7th prince's fate was sealed within the confines of the military recuperation facility. This was something utterly inconceivable for anyone. Even Murong Ding, fresh from concluding his meeting with Liu Xuanhuan at his residence, was left utterly astonished upon receiving the news. The overwhelming surge of elation that overtook him could not be contained, and it manifested in a radiant expression on his face. Murong Lu was visibly grieving. Amidst rampant discussions among the 4 great clans, suspicion loomed large, with many individuals even entertaining the unsettling possibility that their own subordinates might have orchestrated such a nefarious act to undermine the esteemed reputation of the Murong clan. After some initial clamoring, the other influential forces of varying sizes fell eerily silent, gripped by the apprehension of retaliation from the enraged imperial court. And the imperial court imploded. The military promptly sealed off the capital, vowing to uncover the culprit responsible for the tragic incident. Meanwhile, a wave of changes swept through the ranks of small and large officials within the imperial court. Murong Tong, as rumors suggested, remained remarkably composed and enigmatic, displaying no discernible changes in his expression despite the tumultuous events unfolding around him. The chilling truth resonated throughout the palace corridors, as word spread like wildfire that a staggering 367 servants of the emperor had perished within its walls on that fateful night. Chapter 66, Trap. An old man adorned in pristine white cotton garments stood along a tranquil pathway just beyond the bustling city, his gaze fixed with a sense of gravity upon a weathered wooden warning sign securely planted by the roadside. How could my family's Tang Ken even be linked to the death of a prince? How could a shrewd fellow like Tang Ken let himself get caught like this? Ha! Someone must have framed him, see if I don't catch him and poison him to death. He was Tang Ken's master, the sky-reaching realm expert, the poisonous old ghost. The moniker Poisonous Old Ghost was merely a nickname, yet he relished the derogatory tone it carried. In an unusual twist, he embraced this title and only allowed others to address him by it, preferring it over his actual name. As a man wholly devoted to the art of poisonous cultivation methods, he had relentlessly driven himself to achieve the cultivation of the sky-reaching realm with unwavering determination. This was also why he had accepted Tang Ken as his disciple, even despite his relentless persistence in calling himself a member of the Tang sect. It was because of his talent that was undoubtedly on par, if not better, than his. He firmly believed that Tang Ken had the capacity to achieve an even higher level of cultivation than he ever could. Their connection resembled that of a benevolent master encountering a brilliant disciple, their bond drawing them irresistibly closer together. Amidst the tragedy unfolding in the valley, he found himself deep within the mountains, diligently gathering herbs required for refining poison. All the while, he made careful preparations for Tang Ken's earthly vessel, well aware of the imminent need for his disciple's assistance. Regrettably, the news of the tragedy reached him when it was already too late. The magnitude of the devastation caught him off guard. He could never have fathomed that 100,000 lives would be lost, and most heart-wrenchingly, among them was his dear friend Tang Ken's father. While some might be unfamiliar with Tang Tianhao, how could he not? Once an illustrious figure towering above all others in the sky-reaching realm, he found himself reduced to seeking shelter in a secluded, insignificant village a far cry from his former glory. The stark contrast left him incapable of even caring for his own son. The reason behind his decision to accept Tang Ken as his disciple was also deeply intertwined with his profound connection to Tang Tianhao. Having personally witnessed the tragic demise of his own father, he believed that Tang Ken was consumed by overwhelming grief and despair. Filled with urgency and concern for Tang Ken's well-being, the poisonous old ghost hastened his journey to the capital. His primary objective was to locate Tang Ken and offer him solace during these trying times, while simultaneously seeking to unveil the perpetrator responsible for Tang Tianhao's untimely death. As he approached the outskirts of the capital, his eyes caught sight of a warning notice planted by the roadside, causing his anxiety to escalate even further. Did something happen? In the midst of his contemplation, a man came rushing towards him, his voice trembling with urgency. "Master! I implore you, please save me!" The man, with a pallid complexion bearing a striking resemblance to Tang Ken, found himself pursued by two formidable manifestation realm experts who launched relentless attacks against him. In a swift and instinctive motion, the poisonous old ghost acted without hesitation. He lunged forward, swiftly shielding Tang Ken behind him while channeling his potent poison-infused spiritual power. With precision, he dragged the two pursuing manifestation realm experts towards him, intent on seeing their faces clearly. But it wasn't until they got closer that the poisonous old ghost noticed the smiles on their faces. It was a mocking sneer. With a voice dripping with malice, one of them spoke, "You are definitely unaware of how Duke Shang was ambushed." The other joined in with a sinister sneer as he taunted, "Clearly, you haven't observed your disciple closely enough." The poisonous old ghost's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly recalled the master that Tang Ken had cried out. The young brat, Tang Ken, had never addressed him as master, opting instead for old man whenever they interacted. His agile form swiftly sidestepped, yet he found himself unable to evade the sneak attack launched by Tang Ken from behind. With a sudden strike, a gaping, bloodied cavity appeared at his side, precisely where his liver was located. Ah! The poisonous old ghost swiftly tapped into his formidable spiritual powers, staunchly halting the bleeding from his wound. In a tactical move, he unleashed a deadly cloud of poisonous gas toward the two manifestation realm experts standing before him, momentarily forcing them back. Undeterred, he pivoted to confront the Tang Ken that was lurking behind him. By this point, even the most naive would have come to the stark realization that the Tang Ken before them was an impostor, and that they had unwittingly stumbled into a cunningly laid trap. With a powerful strike, Tang Ken was sent hurtling through the air, his appearance transforming drastically in mid-flight. His skin and muscles underwent a surreal metamorphosis, oscillating in size and shape, gradually unveiling the visage of an entirely different individual. In contrast to the simple face-peeling technique utilized for Chamberlain Wan's disguise, the adeptness with which the manifestation realm experts altered their appearance with their manifestation transformation, Qing Yi, was nothing short of a true exhibition of their exceptional skill. Only those capable of perceiving the aura of their mortal forms stood a chance of penetrating this beguiling facade, otherwise, no one could see through its deceptive veneer. While this skill might not be deemed overpowering, within the realm of Yan, only a select few possessed the discernment to unveil it. Thus, it was virtually inevitable that the wily poisonous old ghost had succumbed to its artifice. As the poisonous old ghost gradually stabilized the wound at his waist, his seething fury became palpable. "You all are courting death," he bellowed, "where is my disciple, Tang Qin?" Fixing his gaze upon the individual masquerading as Tang Qin, the poisonous old ghost suspected this person to be the mastermind behind the entire scheme. Unbeknownst to him, the poisonous old ghost could never have anticipated the sinister smiles that crept across the faces of the two manifestation realm experts, who were slowly extending their arms. One of them had a large palm, but stubby fingers. The other man had fingers as white and delicate as a chicken's claws. In a slow, deliberate ascent, they steadily closed in on the poisonous old ghost's back. Sky-reaching realm. They were the recently leveled flowering steel trees under Murong Lin's command. They had finally broken through to the sky-reaching realm after ingesting the spiritual medicines from the remnant that Murong Lin had recklessly given them. And despite how recent it was more than enough to deal with the poisonous old ghost. With a deathly pale complexion, Tang Qin stood resolute before the poisonous old ghost, clearly having expended a great deal of his strength to fend off the previous attack. He spoke slowly, "I, Qing Yinglu, have lost a total of 37 brothers in my relentless pursuit of your whereabouts and luring you into this trap. You are undoubtedly a troublesome adversary." The poisonous old ghost's countenance subtly shifted as he exuded a confident air, releasing a lethal surge of poisonous gas that permeated swiftly in his surroundings. This poison possessed such potency that even a peak-level expert in the manifestation realm would find it arduous to withstand its noxious effects. But the person before him suddenly vanished. Before he could react, a formidable surge of energy struck his back with immense force, sending him crashing onto the ground. "What?" the poisonous old ghost roared in disbelief. He first assumed it to be some kind of spiritual artifact or spiritual talisman, but once he had actually realized that the two people flying his way were sky-reaching realm experts, he was utterly flustered. Damn it! Damn it! Tang Qin wasn't Tang Qin, and manifestation realm experts weren't actually manifestation realm experts as well. This was all a trap. Displaying his cunning nature, the poisonous old ghost swiftly recognized the bizarre nature of the unfolding events and promptly made preparations to flee from the scene. He was still speculating the identities of the two sky-reaching realm experts. But could the flowering steel trees lose him that easily? If they were truly this incompetent, they wouldn't have been named the flowering steel trees. A beautiful, yet rare occurrence to be able to capture the opponent easily. The figure of the poisonous old ghost was instantaneously held back by two fists as they unleashed their manifestation transformations, the fingerless monkey and the white-clawed monkey. In perfect synchronization, the duo harmoniously executed their ultimate move. Despite being a formidable presence in the sky-reaching realm, the poisonous old ghost's prowess was lacking. His expertise primarily lay in refining poisons, and he was overshadowed by Tang Qin when it came to raw combat abilities. In a desperate attempt, he unleashed his own manifestation transformation, summoning the fearsome five-poison shadow spider. However, before his manifestation could even solidify, it was swiftly disintegrated by the overwhelming force of the duo's attack. Helpless and overpowered, he was mercilessly beaten to the ground. His poison was sufficient to deal with manifestation realm experts, but it lost its lethality against sky-reaching realm experts. The only poison he had that could threaten such an expert, he had given to Tang Qin to guarantee his safety. And now, he no longer had any means left to deal with the two of them. Gasping for breath and bearing a ghastly complexion, the poisonous old ghost fixed his venomous gaze on the two adversaries who effortlessly lifted him up, rendering him utterly defenseless. "Who exactly are the two of you?" he asked. He hadn't given up just yet. But it was far too late. One of them held onto him as the other took out a spiritual pill from their bag of holding. The spiritual pill exuded a captivating purple hue, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance that irresistibly enticed anyone who caught a whiff of it. The poisonous old ghost, with his profound knowledge of poisons, saw through the enticing allure of the spiritual pill. He understood the adage that the more fragrant a poison appeared, the more potent and treacherous its effects were likely to be. "What are the two of you planning on doing?" he struggled. But the person holding onto him poked at his A-cup ointment, preventing him from using his spiritual power. He was truly defenseless. With a mere flick of the other person's finger, the spiritual pill whizzed into the poisonous old ghost's mouth and swiftly descended into his stomach. Just as his consciousness faded, he could hear one of them speaking. "The lower heaven grade spirit puppet pill that the master spent 5 villain value on is squandered on this old man, just like that." Chapter 67, Meeting. Thunderstorms were a frequent sight in the capital, particularly during this year. Prior to the South Rebellion being quelled, tragedy struck once more in the capital as the 7th prince met his untimely demise. The culprit behind this heinous act seemed to be none other than the disciple of the poisonous old ghost. The capital's imperial guards were swiftly deployed to support the two generals locked in battle in the southern regions, exacerbating the strain on an already diminished force. Zhang Tiansheng, the sole remaining general in the capital, had embarked on a crucial mission to unveil a matter of immense significance. He led his troops beyond the city's confines, tracing the rivers in a determined search. Yet, the turmoil did not cease there. As the military gradually pacified the tumultuous counties, the sudden emergence of the 4 influential clans shattered any semblance of tranquility. Led by their clan leaders, discontented subordinate branches initiated a rebellion against the dictatorial rule of the main branches. Crucially, the longevity of the 4 esteemed clans hinged not only upon the presence of sky-reaching realm experts among their ranks, but also upon the steadfast backing of numerous clan members who shared the same surname. Nevertheless, the powerful main branches could not easily disregard this mutiny. The subordinate branches wielded substantial influence, forming the very bedrock upon which the clans were built. Henceforth, even the venerable progenitor of the Lu clan who had thus far stayed in the capital, could no longer remain passive. He swiftly returned to his clan, accompanied by his retinue. In an effort to quell the uprising, the 2 great clans residing in the capital had no choice but to dispatch their main forces to the rebellious regions under their jurisdiction. The capital now resembled an isolated city, with people frantically flooding in from the outskirts and those within desperately seeking escape. And within a narrow alleyway, an old man appeared. It was none other than the infamous poisonous old ghost. Gone was the disheveled countenance he had worn beyond the city's limits. In its place, a radiant and refined expression adorned his features. Stepping towards the wall, he emitted a soft cough before speaking, a fleeting instant that ought to have lasted forever, yet in that very moment, all I felt was desolation. This phrase had been taught to him by his disciple Tang Qin, and this location in the capital held a particular significance in their plans. As expected, gears turned within the wall, gradually revealing a hidden passage. A human silhouette emerged, its form appearing blurred to the poisonous old ghost's eyes. In a measured voice, it spoke, "Do you still remember the hidden weapon I used during our first encounter?" Yet, the voice did not resemble Tang Qin's. But the poisonous old ghost could tell that Tang Qin was being wary of something. In a raspy voice, he responded, "I remember, it was a green snake dart adorned with a green snake, a 3-edged tip and 3 feathers at its end." Then, the figure slowly walked forwards, revealing the appearance of a wooden puppet as it entered the light. Adorned in human attire, it projected an uncanny semblance of a human silhouette within the shadows. Following closely behind the puppet was Tang Ken himself. Tang Ken burst forth with excitement, using his divine senses to thoroughly examine the poisonous old ghost before jumping into his arms. Attempting to hold back tears, he spoke in a mournful tone, "Old man, my father is dead. He died for me." With a solemn yet grief-stricken expression, the poisonous old ghost tenderly caressed Tang Ken's head and replied slowly, "I know. But we mustn't dwell in the past. Your father wouldn't have wished this for you either, isn't that right?" Tang Ken nodded resolutely while Liu Haimiao, the person controlling the wooden puppet, stepped out. She retrieved the wooden puppet and stowed it in her bag of holding, calling out urgently, "Hurry in. We can't risk anyone seeing the Zhongxiang gang's safe house." Tang Ken withdrew himself from the embrace of the poisonous old ghost with evident reluctance, his eyes retaining a glistening sheen of tears. The elderly man tenderly gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, and in unison, they ventured into the obscurity of the concealed passage. This pathway was a slender trail, just sufficiently spacious for a solitary individual to traverse. Once the three of them had entered, the robust door of the clandestine passage sealed shut, its soundproofing mechanism guaranteeing the containment of any sound as they ventured further within. Subsequently, the external light vanished as the trio securely entered the confines of the safe house. The secret passage stretched about a dozen meters, ending with a flight of stairs leading further down. Walking for another 100 meters, they finally reached the safe house. Deeply concealed, even the poisonous old ghost's divine senses failed to detect this area, which was buried 50 meters underground. Illuminated by lanterns, the safe house spanned several hundred square meters. It was well stocked with resources and various items, and interconnected with dark passages for ventilation. "Canner, the urgent matter that you spoke of in your secret message, what exactly was it?" the poisonous old ghost inquired hastily. Tang Ken fixed a serious gaze upon his master as he recounted the events that had taken place. "I had a sense that something was amiss the moment I entered the valley. The mere fact that the dragon god crystals, such invaluable treasures, were entombed beneath the earth perplexed me. Why did everyone become consumed by greed? After I had confirmed that I wasn't poisoned, I thought of a possibility: stimulants. Something invisible had stimulated everyone, whether it was spiritual medicine, a spiritual array, or even a spiritual vein. Personally, I believe it was spiritual medicine. That's why they mercilessly slaughtered each other, even disregarding blood ties. There were 3 objectives behind this massacre. Firstly, it was to eliminate the princes. The conflict claimed the lives of 3 princes on the battlefield, while Murong Lin, who managed to escape, met his demise within the recovery facility. Secondly, the plot sought to goad the South Village King into an insurgency. Whether by He Lao San and his cohorts exposing the ties between the South Village King and the Black River cult, or by placing the head of one of the fallen princes in the hands of Ning Wei Wu, the intent was to compel the South Village King into launching his rebellion ahead of schedule. Thirdly, the scheme aimed to sully the blood spirit's reputation in the eyes of the masses, then, they could subsequently cast the blame on Duke Sheng. This maneuver provided a convenient pretext for the elimination of his lineage. Liu Haimiao and the poisonous old ghost listened intently. The poisonous old ghost immersed himself in contemplation while Liu Haimiao interjected with a resounding clap of her hands, "Are you implying that the South Village King was also coerced?" Tang Ken nodded, "I'm afraid so. Despite this year's relatively moderate beast wave, the South Village army remains inadequately equipped. The hasty uprising implies that the mastermind behind these events compelled him to act. Furthermore, their leverage lies in the infiltrators within the South Village army. Those disguised individuals serve as pawns in their game. But what exactly do they seek to achieve?" the perplexed poisonous old ghost asked. Tang Ken's expression turned solemn. "If my guess is correct, they are aiming for the throne." "The throne?" Both the poisonous old ghost and Liu Haimiao were stunned. "Exactly. The imperial faction's leader, Duke Sheng, was surrounded and killed. Subsequently, they incited a rebellion to suppress the military. With the imperial guards now absent from the capital, a rebellion could be instigated with relative ease. Liu Haimiao struggled to believe what she was hearing, but how are they planning on seizing control of the imperial palace? There are still the palace guards safeguarding that place. Have you forgotten those disguised infiltrators? Tang Qin responded. They wouldn't even require an external army to breach the palace. A mere substitution of the Imperial Guard's commander and court officials would enable them to swiftly muster an army within an instant. Gaining entry to the Imperial Palace would then become an effortless endeavor. But Murong Tong is a sky-reaching realm expert. And his mysterious paternal uncle, Murong Jiao, is there as well. Wouldn't it be difficult for the mastermind to deal with the both of them? The poisonous old ghost asked. Tang Qin shook his head. I don't know. Even if they lack the ability to win in a direct confrontation, their proficiency in disguises enables them to employ poison and ambush tactics effortlessly. Presently, even the third prince, Murong Lin, has been replaced. By the time Murong Tong and Murong Jiao succumbs, they could simply place Murong Lin on the throne immediately. No wonder you asked me to request an investigation from the Zhongxiang gang. Have you discovered anything else? Liu Haimiao inquired. The ones acting unusually are mostly the officials and generals in positions of authority. It suggests that they have been replaced long ago. We must swiftly relay this information to the Emperor, Murong Tong, and have him capture these impostors immediately. The poisonous old ghost and Liu Haimiao nodded. The poisonous old ghost spoke reassuringly, do not worry, my disciple. Shall we go and explain the situation to Murong Tong right away? No. We need to go to the first prince's manor first. Chapter 68, Diversion. Murong Lin listened to Tang Can's analysis with deep satisfaction, his heart moved by Tang Can's insightful words. Nodding in approval, he addressed the flowering steel trees, truly, this man is a true protagonist. It's no wonder he held such a title, considering he has already grasped 90% of my plan. The flowering steel trees stood at his side respectfully. After their departure from the safe house, the poisonous old ghost harnessed his sky-reaching realm divine senses to seamlessly transmit the entirety of the acquired information to the flowering steel trees, who were of the same cultivation. Subsequently, the flowering steel trees promptly relayed the gathered information to Murong Lin. Observing the trio as they progressed towards the residence of the eldest prince, Murong Lin shook his head and sighed, while I never intended to implicate my eldest brother in this matter, it's regrettable that he opted to entangle himself. Suddenly, a figure dressed in green materialized behind Murong Lin. It was Qing Miaolu, the floor master responsible for overseeing the movements of the Qing Yi Tower. Kneeling before his master, Qing Miaolu spoke respectfully, Master, our men are prepared to act at any given moment. Murong Lin, seated in a pavilion, gazed out at the picturesque scenery below as he calmly replied, there's no need to rush. We shall wait for Wuzi to disseminate the news first. Meanwhile, as Tang Qin and the others entered the eldest prince's manor, another individual slipped inside through a side door. TCH, I never expected this from him. Was that fellow really that vicious from the beginning? Murong Lin mused, his tone laced with a touch of mockery. His loyal followers remained silent, their attention solely on their master, eagerly awaiting his next command. After a while, a group emerged from the residence of the eldest prince, hastening their way towards the imperial palace. Leading the group were Tang Qin and Murong Ding, the former displaying agitation while the latter seemed visibly shocked. Evidently, Murong Ding remained unable to grasp the extent to which his third brother had orchestrated such a remarkable scheme. Murong Lin spoke, follow behind them and strike when the time is right. Yes. Qing Miaolu promptly responded before vanishing from sight. We shall proceed there, Murong Lin pointed to a location that disgusted him. A place that he had hated for a long time. Yes. The flowering steel trees replied, promptly guiding Murong Lin as they swiftly vanished, hastening towards the designated location. Within the palace, Murong Tong found himself irritatedly studying the letter left by Mo Wendao. A grave mutiny had erupted within the Mo Shan sect, orchestrated by an elder at the 8th layer of the manifestation realm. With his insurrection, he rallied over 100 disciples in a brazen bid to seize the sect's cherished treasures, exploiting Mo Wendao's absence to their advantage. At the present moment, Mo Wendao had entrusted Murong Ran to the palace before departing to personally quell the uprising. Adding to Murong Tong's concerns was the disconcerting report of uprisings unfurling within the ranks of the 4 prominent clans and the 3 major sects, exacerbating the already tumultuous state of affairs. Was this all part of the grand scheme orchestrated by the mastermind behind the valley's tragedy? Murong Tong remained focused on the orchestrator behind the valley's catastrophe. The ease with which the blood spirits were discarded hinted at a more expansive and sinister scheme at play. At this moment, a eunuch's voice echoed from beyond the study's confines, "Your Highness, the eldest prince has arrived with Sir Poisonous and awaits your presence just outside the court." After a momentary daze, Murong Tong gestured with a wave of his arm and instructed, "Allow them entry." The door swung open almost instantly, revealing the eldest prince bursting into the chamber with an expression of distress. "Father, a grave catastrophe has unfolded." Tang Qin and the poisonous old ghost trailed closely behind, with Tang Qin harboring no objections as Murong Ding candidly divulged everything he had intended to convey. Murong Ding swiftly recounted the entirety of the situation to Murong Tong, whose countenance grew increasingly grave as he listened. Murong Ding concluded his account with a final remark, "To the best of my knowledge, the third prince's forces are on the move." Even as the emperor, Murong Tong possessed a fiery temper. Though usually composed, he was also an expert of the sky-reaching realm. Addressing the individuals behind him without a backward glance, he inquired, "Have any of you uncovered anything?" A voice came from the shadows behind him, "Our investigation is still underway, but it's worth noting that the officials mentioned by His Highness the First Prince are indeed exhibiting rather peculiar behavior." "Ha! Then what are you still investigating? How can you still be investigating? Are you just waiting for the Third Brat's army to besiege me before you finish your investigation?" Murong Tong spoke frustratedly. "Ha! And what's there left to investigate? How can this investigation still be dragging on? Are you all merely biding your time until the Third Brat's forces surround us before drawing your conclusions?" Murong Tong vented his frustration. "We dare not." The man in the show was seemingly anxious, stuttering as he responded. "Then why aren't you gathering the palace guards here this instant? Are you planning to watch as they launch their attack?" Murong Tong's voice carried a sharp reprimand. The concealed figure in the shadows promptly vanished to execute his commands. With the imperial guards dispatched to support the south, the security of the capital now rested solely on the shoulders of the palace guards. With gratitude, Murong Tong cast a respectful glance towards the poisonous old ghost and uttered with a hint of remorse, "Sir Poisonous, I apologize for this deplorable spectacle. Alas, it seems I have failed in raising my children properly." He appeared discontented with Murong Lin's rebellion. At that very moment, another individual hurriedly entered to deliver a report, "Your Highness, a complication has emerged within the Murong clan. A faction of clan members has initiated a rebellion, and the elder is presently addressing the situation." The elder referred to none other than Murong Jiao, the last remaining sky-reaching realm expert of the Murong clan. Had he managed to reach the imperial palace in due time, they could have been thoroughly prepared to confront any challenges. However, even Murong Jiao was detained. Damn it! It seems like Third Brother had meticulously prepared for everything. Murong Ding opportunistically spoke ill of Murong Lin in front of the emperor, his excitement bordering on insanity. His seventh brother was dead, and now with his third brother rebelling, he believed that his demise wasn't far off. In the grand scheme of things, only Murong Lu and Murong Ran remained, both lacking the potential to challenge his authority. The throne was destined to be his. He relished in the idea that his third brother would give his all, injuring their imperial father in the process and ultimately facilitating a smooth transition of the throne into his grasp. The thought amused him so greatly that he couldn't suppress a hearty laugh within the confines of his own thoughts. However, he needed to maintain the facade of helplessness and dejection, as if genuinely perplexed by his own brother's actions. Seizing an opportunity to speak, the poisonous old ghost interjected, "Might I propose that we take a prudent approach by closely monitoring the situation and ascertain the origins of his audacity to vie for the throne?" "Very well," Murong Tong responded, allowing the aura of his sky-reaching realm to emanate, lifting him with confidence into the air. "After today, I shall purge the inner imperial court thoroughly." A continuous influx of people gathered outside the imperial palace. Among the leaders were officials and patrol commanders entrusted with safeguarding the capital. Presently, they had amassed a force of over 1,000 individuals. "I have received a report today indicating that the eldest prince is covertly conspiring a rebellion. He has managed to infiltrate the imperial palace, accompanied by the sky-reaching realm expert, the poisonous old ghost. Our objective for this day is to ensure the protection of the emperor. Is that clear? The palace guards cannot be relied upon. A significant portion of them are loyal to the eldest prince. Once we gain entry, we will swiftly neutralize them, and if the opportunity arises, we shall confront the eldest prince himself. However, we shall refrain from engaging the sky-reaching realm experts. If we successfully resolve the palace crisis today, the emperor will recognize our worth and reward us accordingly. At that point, we will revel in feasts and drinks without restraint, and wealth will be within our grasps." Ensnared by these alluring words, the subordinates greedily gazed towards the palace. Their exceptional identities were the very reason for their presence. Among them were members of the cabinet of ministers, representatives from the 6 departments, and influential figures from the 25 syndicates. These individuals were bound by unwavering loyalty. What ulterior motives could they possibly harbor? Furthermore, wasn't the silent man leading them at the forefront the third prince himself? They held the belief that aligning themselves with these figures and making their presence known to the emperor would pave the way for a prosperous lifestyle in the days to come. "Charge! Kill them!" the leaders roared, inciting over 1,000 people to storm in through the main and side entrances. Some even scaled the palace walls, instigating a brutal slaughter of the guards within. However, they soon encountered fierce resistance from the palace guards, resulting in a bloody clash between over 1,000 individuals at the front of the imperial palace. Amongst the crowd, Murong Lin stood silently at the entrance, his gaze fixed upon the palace doors. He thought to himself, "Ha, master explicitly forbade me from speaking, so how could I possibly take the lead in front of them?" Chapter 69, Advancing Under a Diversion. The capital's northern region offered luxurious and tranquil residential living, in contrast to the bustling southern commercial area that housed entertainment venues for high-ranking officials and influential figures. Xuanhuan and his fellow Xue clan disciples stumbled along a quiet street, their flushed faces revealing their recent departure from a bar, clearly intoxicated. Xuanhuan was quite troubled recently. His recent successes included receiving praise from the renowned art fairy for identifying Zai Lin using the Dragon Seeker ring, as well as being rewarded by 3 merchants during the Xue clan's upheaval. These triumphs had left his wallet considerably heavier. Upon acquiring his newfound wealth, he had eagerly led his friends on a drinking spree. "My friends, can you enlighten me as to why Renmei has been avoiding me? I invited her out, but she never showed up," he stuttered, seeking answers. Neither of his 2 friends that were supporting his side was sober, their minds were in a complete mess. Unable to comprehend his words, they simply blurted out, "Good. Good wine. Wonderful. That figure." Hiccup. Xuanhuan hiccuped, struggling to make out their recent conversation. "What? You're letting me do it?" His face took on a lecherous expression as he extended his hands weakly, obscenely grabbing at the air. "Hee, nice." Xuanhuan turned his head slowly, only to realize that his friends had vanished. Where are they? With his vision blurred by intoxication, he stumbled backwards clumsily, glancing behind. Unbeknownst to them, their unsteady steps had led them into an alleyway. Two figures lay sprawled on the ground. Xuanhuan hastily kicked forward, stammering, "Yo, you two, get up, let's go for a drink." They didn't react. A chilling gust of wind swept past, partially sobering up Xuanhuan. He scrutinized the two figures on the ground, his flushed complexion fading into a pallor. Blood, injuries, corpses. They were dead. Before a scream could escape his lips, he felt a presence behind him. Swiftly, a cold blade was pressed against his throat. A killer. They wanted to kill him. No. He had only just begun to taste success, he couldn't meet his end like this. Not now. But he hadn't made any enemies recently. Was it an enemy of the Shui clan? Trembling, Xuanhuan desperately searched for words to save himself. In a moment of panic, he blurted out thoughtlessly, "I don't want Renmei anymore. I'll give her to you guys, just spare my life." Even to his own ears, his words sounded absurdly comical. Then, the corners of his lips lifted. And in the next moment, his world dissolved into a blur. The bloodied, shadowy world marked the final vision he would ever witness. 3 lifeless bodies lay in silence within the confines of the narrow alleyway, quickly discovered by unsuspecting individuals. And this sight became increasingly common throughout the capital. The roaming disciples of the Shui clan were relentlessly targeted, falling one by one to assassinations, yet the culprits remained elusive. Meanwhile, within the sprawling estate that served as the Shui clan's headquarters, a grand manor dominated the vast grounds. The area teemed with pavilions, structures, ponds, and bamboo groves, bustling with constant movement. In his study, Xuanhuan was seated, a sense of unease gnawing at him. His eyelids twitched incessantly, a subconscious indication of impending danger made it impossible for him to remain still. However, he couldn't pinpoint the source of his unease. Was it possibly the imperial court intending on holding them accountable? No, that couldn't be, especially considering that the Duke's manor had already been eradicated. Tormented by a headache, he persisted in poring over the clan's documents until the clamor from outside disrupted his focus. What's going on? Why was it so chaotic outside? In his role as the clan leader of the Shui clan, he maintained a supportive and lenient stance towards the younger disciples. However, he also had the responsibility to preserve the dignity befitting his position. It was absurd for anyone outside to be disturbing him like this. As such, he placed the documents aside and emerged from his study, questioning those around him. What is happening? As he ventured outside, a deafening eruption echoed in the distance. His eyes followed the trail of dust and smoke, and Xuanhuan's complexion paled. The explosion was not a random occurrence, it targeted a specific location. It was the very facility where the Shui clan's ancestors recuperated and healed. This explosion unmistakably signaled a deliberate attack on that sacred place. Quick! Someone come with me! We must hurry to the ancestors' location. His silhouette flickered as the aura at the 8th layer of the manifestation realm erupted from his body. But in the blink of an eye, 2 additional members of the Shui clan materialized before him. These were none other than the esteemed elders of the Shui clan, both at the 1st layer of the manifestation realm and typically stationed at the treasure pavilion. They were sprinting toward him, their faces etched with panic, intermittently casting anxious glances over their shoulders. Their behavior triggered an immediate surge of anger within him. What on earth are the 2 of you up to? Xuanhuan halted them, his tone demanding an explanation. The 2 elders swiftly recognized the figure before them as none other than the clan leader, Xuanhuan. Relief washed over them as if they had stumbled upon a lifeline. Hastily, they exclaimed, "Clan leader! A grave incident has occurred. Elder Shui Qianshi led a faction in an assault on the treasure pavilion. We attempted to intervene, but we were met with a near-total defeat." Xuanhuan's anger flared, dismissing their claims. Impossible. The guardian of the treasure pavilion is Elder Xuanhuan, who is at the 8th layer of the manifestation realm. He's the 5th-ranked member in the Xue clan. The two elders looked miserable as they stuttered, but Elder Xue Qianqi killed Elder Xuanhuan with one attack, and even though it was an ambush, he had the strength of a 9th-layer manifestation realm expert. Xuanhuan's expression morphed into one of visible bewilderment, but before he could utter a word, yet another group of individuals came charging toward him. Their faces mirrored the same terror as they spotted him, hurrying over in haste. "Father! Save us! Someone is attacking the Xue clan. The guards stationed at the entrance are losing. Clan leader, save us! My father has gone mad. He's killing everyone he sees, he even tried to kill me. Sob sob sob, how scary! It's too scary." A cluster of young disciples hurried to Xuanhuan's side, as if that was the only place where they felt safe. Xuanhuan was now completely distraught. It was becoming increasingly evident that the Xue clan was under deliberate assault. Both the ancestral grounds and the treasure pavilion were targets. Was the Xue clan under siege? What in the world is happening? Who is responsible for this? Xuanhuan frantically racked his mind, attempting to discern which influential force was behind the attack on the Xue clan. Was it the Murong clan? It can't be. Xuanhuan scanned the faces before him, his eyes reflecting a sense of desperation. Finally, through gritted teeth, he declared, "Our primary focus is to secure the ancestral grounds. By holding that position, we can endure until reinforcements arrive from the Wang clan and the imperial forces." His only recourse was to place his hopes in the ancestors. If they could manage to hold out, the Wang clan's forebears wouldn't idly stand by. Their clans shared a relationship of mutual benefit and dependence, after all. Upon reaching the Xue clan's ancestral site, a heart-wrenching sight greeted them: a desecrated landscape strewn with lifeless bodies. Among the fallen were the loyal servants and guards who had dutifully served the ancestors. Their bodies lay battered and broken, forming gruesome mounds of blood and flesh on the ground. Why did this happen? The members of the Xue clan gazed at the ghastly scene before them, disbelief etched across their faces. At the heart of the scene, a corpse sat in a cross-legged position, its head seemingly sunken into its own body. The unmistakable sign was that they had been crushed to death. The attire adorning this lifeless figure left no doubt it was the unmistakable garb of the Xue clan's ancestor. Ancestor. Xuanhuan's voice was soft, almost as if he hoped that uttering the word would somehow awaken the deceased figure. Yet, it was in vain. The ancestor was dead. The pillar of the Xue clan, their only sky-reaching realm expert, had perished. This fast? Xuanhuan uttered in a daze. The deceased ancestor had once embodied the Xue clan's confidence and strength. Yet, now he lay lifeless while the assailants appeared unscathed. This grim reality pointed to the disheartening truth that the influential force attacking the Xue clan exceeded Xuanhuan's initial expectations in terms of power and capability. Damn it! Quick, disperse! We must split up and strive to stay alive. Xuanhuan's gaze locked onto the disciples before him, issuing urgent instructions to ensure their safety before the attackers unveiled themselves. However, in that very moment, a faint voice emerged from the debris. "There's no need to leave, is there?" Chapter 70, The Xue Clan's Annihilation. "There's no need to leave, is there?" a voice echoed from the rubble before them. The faces of everyone present turned pale with fear and shock, freezing them in place. Confronting the individual who had taken the life of their sky-reaching realm ancestor, they were acutely aware of their own powerlessness in his presence. Xuanhuan withdrew his outstretched arm, which had been reaching for his ancestor's body in an attempt to bring his body back for a proper burial. He staggered, his pupils dilating in shock as he followed the voice's origin. The sole person to recognize the voice was Xuanhuan, making his shock tenfold compared to others. Emerging from the rubble were three figures, led by a pensive-looking young man in simple cotton attire, his head bowed in contemplation. Behind him, two individuals trailed, their weary faces marred by blood oozing from their mouths. One of them bore fists stained with blood, adding to the grim scene. The bloodstains on their hands bore undeniable proof that this seemingly ordinary pair had taken the life of the Shui clan's ancestor. The Shui clan's ice crystal divine barrier truly lives up to its reputation. It took 100 years off the lifespans of my subordinates to shatter it. The young man grumbled sorrowfully. His face lifted, revealing a cruel expression adorned with eyes brimming with scorn and malice, the unmistakable twist of his lips bearing his contempt. A hushed astonishment filled the air. They had all recognized this young man. Murong Lin. How could it be you? Someone that was more familiar with Murong Lin shouted, his gaze filled with resentment and horror. In contrast, Xuanhuan remained notably composed. After the initial shock subsided, he eyed the two men behind Murong Lin warily and questioned, "What is your purpose here? You've already figured it out, haven't you?" Murong Lin's gaze swept over the people that cowered before him. Their current demeanor sharply contrasted with the arrogance they typically exuded in his recollections, embodying a striking transformation. "Ha, don't even think about attacking, clan leader Shui. You are no match for us." Murong Lin taunted with a slight upward tilt of his chin. Xuanhuan's hands gradually clenched into fists, his concealed arms withdrawing from behind his back. He was acutely aware that even the earth-grade spiritual talisman concealed at his rear would offer little advantage against them. Engaging them would be a futile endeavor. Within the boundaries of the Shui clan's estate, explosions reverberated and anguished cries resonated, engulfing them from all cardinal directions. The earth lay scorched, shrouded in billowing clouds of smoke, bearing an eerie semblance to hell itself. Within Xuanhuan's chest, anguish welled up like an open wound. His clan members stood behind him, their gazes brimming with a potent mix of loathing and misery. Once upon a time, Murong Lin had been nothing more than a figure of disdain to them all. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's words rushed forth in a fervent plea, "Esteemed seniors, I am oblivious to the promises this little thief might have made you. Nevertheless, whatever price has been offered, the Shui clan is prepared to double it. Why prolong this agony? Why not conclude it here and now?" Puzzlement flickered across Murong Lin's features as he observed Xuanhuan's feigned composure. He nodded slightly, issuing a command. "Break their legs first." The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically upon hearing his words. Some attempted to flee, while others sank to the ground, begging for their lives. But the flowering steel trees had never failed. Their forms flickered like lightning through the gathered crowd. Several were unable to stifle their curses, a blend of anguish and humiliation giving voice to their torment. "Ah! Murong Lin, a wretched death awaits you. Ah! You deranged bastard! Why are you doing this to us? It hurts. It hurts. You deserve to die. You damned beast! Please, I'm begging you, I never did anything to you, please just let me go." All around, they knelt or crumpled to the earth, forming a grotesque scene as a pool of blood expanded beneath their broken bodies. Murong Lin watched their degradation as he tauntingly dug at his ears, further humiliating them. Amidst this spectacle, Murong Lin extracted a book from his bag, flipping it open casually. "In these recent years, the Shui clan, exploiting my princely status, amassed or forcibly seized resources within the realm of Yan, summing up to a staggering 35.49 million spirit stones. This figure excludes immovable assets such as territories, mountains, and forests. Under the banner of my name, disciples of the Shui clan have claimed the lives of 371 individuals and 36 spirit familiars, leaving a trail of 17 raised residences within the domain of Yan. This tally does not account for incidents beyond the capital's reach that eluded investigation. As for me, I've accrued the equivalent of 3,161 spirit stones in resources from the Shui clan, a sum even a practitioner of the manifestation realm would disregard. Furthermore, I've endured verbal degradation at the hands of 178 individuals within the Shui clan, encompassing a total of 1,328 derogatory remarks. This count does not encompass those uttered beyond my hearing." With his statement concluded, Murong Lin allowed a moment of pregnant silence to linger, his gaze directed squarely at Xuanhuan. He posed a deliberate question, his words measured and incisive, "Enlighten me, if you will. Why am I doing this? The Shui clan has held me in lower regard than a mere dog, so why should I not seize this opportunity to sink my teeth into your collective fate?" Murong Lin lifted his foot, bringing it down upon Xuanhuan's injuries. The bystanders stared at Murong Lin with faces etched with despair or fear. Xuanhuan's reaction mirrored the distress of the others, his voice erupting in a thunderous roar of anger. "Manifestation realm? Preposterous! Weren't you just a piece of trash? In the absence of blood-stained alchemical pursuits, the Murong Lin of the past would have been worthless. Likewise, without the system's assistance, the present-day Murong Lin might have faced a similar fate. Yet, Murong Lin's present prowess and age unveiled to Xuanhuan a demon-like aptitude. Internally, Xuanhuan lamented, had you revealed your talents earlier, the Shui clan would undoubtedly have rallied behind you. Instead, you chose to conceal your abilities and harbored your resentments towards the clan. What was it all for?" Astonishment reverberated through the crowd at Murong Lin's calculated restraint and ruthless demeanor. No one could have foreseen that the unassuming third prince would covertly amass evidence, meticulously recording each humiliating utterance flung his way as he nurtured his grievances in silence. He resembled a venomous serpent, his words struck with poison-laden precision. Simultaneously, he bore the semblance of a vengeful wolf, nursing his wounds while biding his time. Was his shrewdness a product of his inherently cold-blooded nature, or had it been molded by external forces? Amidst the silent onlookers, Xuanhuan sat engulfed in a vortex of emotions. Despair took root, soon to be replaced by a seething cocktail of frustration and loathing. The demise of the Shui clan had materialized under his watch. Rage surged within him, culminating in a violent spurt of blood from his lips. His complexion flickered between white and an unsettling shade of purple. Murong Lin deftly sidestepped the gushing blood, avoiding the blood. Taking a position at the side, he stared at the people before him. Awareness dawned upon them, the fate of the Shui clan was irrevocably sealed, and they stood, quite possibly, as the last remnants of a once proud lineage. Their gazes bore into Murong Lin, brimming with enmity, their words dripping with venomous contempt. Yet, Murong Lin's indifference remained unshaken. In Murong Lin's eyes, the Shui clan members before him personified arrogance, perpetuating cruelty upon those beneath them. The insults hurled by these dying souls failed to evoke any reaction within him. "End them." Murong Lin's voice resonated coldly. "I didn't expect a protagonist to not appear even after chattering away for so long as a villain. It seems like the Shui clan was destined to fall. TCH, what a shame." The flowering steel trees sprang into action with the swiftness of lightning, severing the heads of those before them. And so it transpired. Xuanhuan and the Shui clan met a harrowing end, enveloped in a cacophony of screams and cries as they succumbed to fear and anguish. Murong Lin remained rooted in place, his thoughts drifting back to the scenes that had unfolded within the precincts of the Shui clan. Those who had once looked down upon him, spewed insults and humiliation, and exploited his name for their whims were now consumed by the Inferno's embrace. "Raise me to the skies." A newfound impulse surged within Murong Lin's consciousness. Obediently, the flowering steel trees held him gently from the sides, guiding him into the air. He surveyed the wreckage that was once the Shui clan, before hovering at the threshold of the treasure pavilion. A slow smile edged across his features. Suddenly, a sensation of transformation coursed through him, as if his soul underwent a profound refining process. An enveloping warmth, teeming with energy, cocooned his essence and flesh. The feeling resembled an intoxicating embrace, almost too pleasurable for Murong Lin to stifle a soft groan. And then, his aura exploded. In an instant, he had broken through, ascending abruptly from the 4th layer to the 5th layer of the manifestation realm. Warmth coursed through his meridians as every pore on his skin relaxed from pleasure. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his mortal form evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness spinning within them, radiating an air of mystery and unpredictability. In that moment, an individual rushed over Xue Qianxi, the elder of the Xue clan. Falling to his knees, he uttered, "Master, all of the retrievable assets of the Xue clan have been collected." Chapter 71, Seemingly the End. Murong Lin's unwavering gaze fixated upon the figure of Xue Qianxi, who knelt before him. In his grasp rested the bag of holding, something that he had entrusted to him earlier. "Reveal your true face, are you Qing Yu Lu?" Murong Lin spoke. Xue Qianxi channeled his spiritual power, releasing his manifestation transformation that distorted his skin and unveiled his original appearance, that of a middle-aged man. He responded respectfully, "Yes, I am the floor master, Qing Yu Lu." His voice resonated with a palpable sense of enthusiasm, as though he found profound joy in his master's recollection of his name. Yet, Murong Lin's ability to remember him wasn't astonishing. Within the expanse of the Qingyi Tower's 108 floors, a mere 8 floor masters held the distinction of attaining a cultivation at the 9th layer of the manifestation realm. More than 1,000 people knelt behind him. In a meticulously coordinated effort, 5 levels of the Qingyi Tower seamlessly orchestrated the infiltration and replacement of vital figures within the Xue clan, while an additional 15 floors conquered their present stronghold. In addition, 16 floors had been dispatched to deal with other buildings and personnel affiliated with the Xue clan within the capital. These 36 floors of the Qingyi Tower represented the last batch of personnel that Murong Lin could mobilize. The remaining 72 floors were busy revolting in the 32 counties of Yan, but they should be done soon. Meanwhile, the remaining 72 floors were deeply immersed in fomenting rebellion across the 32 counties of Yan. However, it was a venture expected to reach its conclusion in the near future. "Very well, gather the remaining resources with your men and disperse," Murong Lin commanded. Without hesitation, the entire assembly responded in unison, "Yes." In an instant, their figures vanished from the ruins of the Xue clan, leaving behind a vacant silence in their wake. Only now did the dire state of the Xue clan begin to capture the attention of the influential forces in the capital. Nearby residents, eager to learn of the unfolding events, refrained from approaching the Xue clan's manor due to the eerie screams emanating from within. Instead, they awaited the arrival of patrol teams to reveal the truth. With the Xue clan's residents growing eerily silent, uncertainty plagued the hearts of those gathered. Not a single member of the Xue clan had emerged, leaving speculation that they were either too preoccupied with cleaning up after their victory or that they had all been killed by their enemies, leaving their corpses scattered around the manor. 5 minutes of unsettling silence passed before those brave enough ventured closer to the walls of the Xue clan's manor, utilizing their divine senses to investigate the situation within. And with one sweep of their divine senses, a wave of astonishment washed over every single person, leaving them visibly pale and taken aback. Following a brief pause, a handful of individuals among them found their voices, their exclamations echoing in a high-pitched shriek, "The Xue clan has been annihilated! The has been annihilated!" In the wake of this revelation, a palpable shock reverberated through the assembled crowd, their gazes interlocking in mutual bewilderment, leaving them immobilized and uncertain about their next course of action. Emerging at the scene, the ancestor of the Wang clan descended swiftly from the skies, bellowing towards the very skies themselves, "Who is responsible for this atrocity?" His words resonated with every onlooker, bringing clarity to the unimaginable events that had transpired. The Xue clan was no more. Yet, the commotion surrounding this revelation distracted everyone from the fact that the palace guards who regularly patrolled the capital were nowhere to be found. Within the confines of the imperial palace, a force exceeding 1,000 cannon fodders found themselves mercilessly decimated by an equal contingent of the real palace guards. Those who remained, paralyzed by fear and lacking the mettle to fight, yielded to the inevitable and surrendered. Yet, even in the act of laying down their arms, their lives were callously snuffed out by the relentless onslaught. This was what Murong Tong meant. The imperial dignity could not suffer humiliation. Even in their final moments, these cannon fodders remained ensnared by bewilderment. Weren't they dispatched here to protect the palace? How was it that the very emperor they were supposed to defend was now their executioner? Murong Tong had already arrived in front of Murong Lin by this time. His hands rested behind his back as he confronted Murong Lin, his gaze fixated upon the face before him. With a look of astonishment etched across his features, he voiced his incredulity. Impressive transformation, truly remarkable. Is this the power of your manifestation transformation? Upon hearing Tang Can's analysis of the situation, Murong Tong's mind conjured images of the third-rate novels currently trending in the capital, featuring cats transforming into the crown prince. Finally, it all made sense: the audacity of these rebellious thieves attacking the imperial palace. Concurrently, the cabinet ministers responsible for either safeguarding the palace or overseeing its administrative matters hastened to the scene. Observing that Murong Tong had already assumed control of the unfolding circumstances, they refrained from intervening. Murong Lin remained silent, his heart chanting fervently, "Long live Qing Yuan Lu, long live Qing Yuan Lu." Murong Tong chuckled as he stared at the silent man before him. To dare harbor aspirations for my throne with such audacity? Speak. Where are your remaining forces? Where is the third prince? Upon the revelation that the Murong Lin before him was an impostor, uncertainty gripped Murong Tong's thoughts. The fate of the genuine Murong Lin remained shrouded in mystery, whether he was dead or alive. Gradually, Murong Ding, Tang Can, and the others approached from the rear slowly. Those who they had suspected to have been replaced by the impostors were all mercilessly killed during the battle. It is indeed a chilling spectacle. Murong Ding's gaze remained fixed upon a cabinet minister whom he had previously engaged with. Now, the man's face had been gruesomely torn apart and discarded, replaced by a macabre mass of mangled flesh where his face once resided. And then, he turned his gaze towards Murong Lin. Unbeknownst to him, the moment when Murong Lin had been replaced had eluded his attention, possibly transpiring days or even years earlier. Nonetheless, a glimmer of hope lay within his heart that Murong Lin's life had met its end, a prospect that could only be deemed as the most favorable outcome to him. In that very instant, Murong Lin parted his lips. "You thieving dog, die!" With an abrupt lunge, he charged forward, thrusting his palm towards Murong Tong's chest, a shocking turn of events that sent a tremor through the onlookers. Yet, Murong Tong had anticipated this very scenario. He was, after all, an extremely wary man. His palm descended with force, effortlessly nullifying the impact of Murong Lin's assault. Almost in tandem, Murong Lin's spine yielded to the pressure, a sickening snap reverberating as he crumpled to the ground. Fixing his gaze upon the fallen form, Murong Tong's tone remained nonchalant as he remarked, "Seventh layer of the manifestation realm, commendable, though it's regrettable your talents were squandered elsewhere." Murong Lin wailed in pitiable anguish, his voice laden with desperation, "I was mistaken. Spare me, I beg you. I had no hand in the third prince's demise either, please, let me go." A palpable wave of revulsion rippled through the assembled onlookers as they bore witness to his state. A mastermind behind such a grandiose conspiracy was now reduced to a sorry sight, begging so vulgarly. How did he muster the audacity that emboldened him to launch an assault upon the imperial palace with a mere 1,000 followers? Tang Can's expression flickered with anger, impelling him to stride forward. "Your Majesty," he addressed Murong Tong, "this wretch was responsible for my father's demise. Would you grant me the honor of ending his life myself?" Despite harboring his own resentments toward Murong Tong over the death of his mother, Tang Can understood that the present circumstances didn't allow him to confront him head-on. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he recognized the importance of strategy and subtlety. Simultaneously, the ethos of the Tang sect demanded that he settle debts owed. Hence, Tang Qian sought Murong Tong's approval for executing Murong Lin. In contrast, Murong Ding's expression soured considerably. Having just learned of Murong Lin's survival from the lips of the impostor, the revelation cast a shadow of bleak news upon him. An enigmatic gleam danced within the poisonous old ghost's gaze. Murong Tong turned to regard the youthful disciple of the poisonous old ghost, nodding slightly. An opportunity to secure favor was not to be squandered. Swiftly stepping aside, Murong Tong's gesture signaled for Tang Qian to seize the moment. With a gesture of gratitude, Tang Qian leveled the storm chrysanthemum needles at Murong Lin's face, deftly squeezing the trigger, unleashing an onslaught of tens of thousands of needles. A collective exhale of relief swept through the assembled witnesses, liberated from the unsettling presence of this abhorrent technique. Indeed, the repulsiveness of this technique was all too evident. Its capacity to facilitate seamless impersonation was fraught with the potential for unfounded accusations and manipulation. A cascade of contemplations surged through the minds of those in attendance as they focused their gaze on the individual who had precipitated such turmoil in Yan. Slowly, the gathering began to disperse. Meanwhile, Tang Qian remained rooted in place, his gaze affixed to the porcupine-like corpse. Breathing heavily, he spoke with fervent excitement, "Father, did you see it? I've finally avenged you." His gaze lingered upon the corpse, noticing a faint trace of scorn etched onto its mangled face. Yet, the perplexing question lingered given the fear and despair that surely accompanied his final moments: why would the impostor meet his demise with such an expression? Another puzzling aspect caught Tang Qian's attention, but he had no time to ponder further. The poisonous old ghost advanced, his palm descending with a resounding impact upon the corpse. His potent poison commenced its work, dissolving the remains into a grotesque puddle. On the other hand, Lu Haimiao joyfully leapt into Tang Qian's arms. She beamed with fervor, her words overflowing with excitement. "You've finally avenged him. I'm certain your father in heaven will find solace in this." Tang Qian returned her embrace awkwardly, offering a nod in response. Only then did Lu Haimiao register the impropriety of her actions. Hastily jumping off Tang Qian, her cheeks flushed a deep hue as embarrassment flooded her features, a blush that bespoke the bashfulness of a young woman. Tang Qian, too, felt his face flush with embarrassment, aware of the genuine emotions he had just experienced. Amused, the poisonous old ghost emitted a hearty chuckle, his hand moving to stroke his beard as he regarded the duo with a knowing glint in his eyes. Continue, this old man shall take a stroll." Tang Qian and Lu Haimiao promptly interjected, their faces reddening as they halted him in his tracks. Chapter 72, The Real Beginning. Translator note: we will change, Faith Palace to Faith Manor. The news of the Shui clan's sudden annihilation had yet to fully register when another shock hit. A mutiny erupted within the imperial palace. The city's residents, already reeling from the Shui clan's demise, found it hard to grasp the rapid sequence of events. One of the four great clans in Yan, a clan with an ancestor in the sky-reaching realm, was annihilated in no more than 15 minutes. Unearthing the Shui clan ancestor's corpse left them aghast. His head was brutally crushed, he blood and brains staining the ground. The question remained: what kind of deep-seated grudge or intense hatred could drive someone to commit such a heinous act? His brutal murder left everyone baffled. No known influential force in Yan had ever displayed such power or ruthlessness. The enigma surrounding this atrocity deepened. Simultaneously, the replacement of the third prince, Murong Lin, with an impostor sent shockwaves across the nation. The country was shaken by this revelation. Murong Ding strategically leaked this revelation, positioning himself as an astute analyst of the scheme's details. This portrayal garnered admiration and prompted many to switch their allegiance to him. The Valley and Duke Sheng's manor tragedies were widely discussed. The consensus emerged that the impostor, the fake Murong Lin, employed these ruthless tactics to elevate his court standing, revealing his cunning nature. Critics scorned their audacious siege of the imperial court, ending in a resounding failure. Meanwhile, palace guards, aided by information extracted from the captives, tracked and located Murong Lin, who was held captive in a small house. That was the real Murong Lin. Murong Lin manipulated his spiritual power, invoking the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness to mimic his original deathly pale appearance from when he first arrived in this world. He then adjusted his aura to match the first layer of the origin realm. Upon seeing him, immediate recognition spread. The real third prince was unmistakable. Decades of interactions and memories of his weak, pallid look solidified his identity, and his aura sealed the truth. Your Highness, the third prince. The hardships you endured, an elderly guard's voice quivered with emotion. He surveyed the shabby, small dwelling, noting scattered food scraps and lifeless rat corpses strewn across the floor. A rush of sorrow overtook him as he envisioned the wretched conditions the third prince had endured in this place. Murong Lin mirrored a pitiable expression, his voice grateful as he spoke, I am deeply indebted to all of you for rescuing me. What's happening outside? How is father? The crowd's admiration swelled, witnessing the third prince's genuine concern for his father. Even after his harrowing ordeal, his immediate worry for the emperor underscored his devotion. Fear not, everything is under control. That cunning thief had laced poison into the emperor's meal, but an unwitting official consumed it greedily. It was only revealed after the intense battle's conclusion. The speaker chuckled wryly. Naturally, the poison wouldn't have posed a threat to a sky-reaching realm expert like Murong Tong. His calculated negligence aimed to divert suspicions directed at him by making his subordinates appear careless. Murong Lin, wiping his tears, leaned heavily on the guards, his voice feeble, the past few days of torture have left me utterly drained, both physically and mentally. I implore you to escort me back to my residence promptly for recovery. I extend my gratitude in advance. In response to his plea, the assembly sprang into action, hastening Murong Lin to the imperial palace's healer. Given that the imperial physician was merely at the first layer of the manifestation realm, Murong Lin's disguise remained impenetrable. Consequently, he relayed the third prince's injuries higher up, stoking Murong Tong's anger to a boiling point. Ha! Despite falling out of my favor, he's still my flesh and blood. How dare they subject him to such treatment? They should be torn to shreds and fed to dogs. Murong Ding, standing nearby, had also perused Murong Lin's report. A mix of elation and frustration overcame him. Merely 9 days had passed since the third brother's replacement. How could he have endured such extreme torture? Denied food, surviving on rat blood alone, what a gruesome fate! But the severity of his wounds, coupled with his tarnished reputation from the kidnapping, would likely hinder his claim to the throne. The throne is ultimately destined for me. In the aftermath of today's battle, Murong Tong resolved to conduct a thorough investigation of the imperial court's officials, fearing more impostors had infiltrated. As the perpetrators of the capital's turmoil were dealt with, a new crisis arose: the obliteration of the Shui clan. The Wang clan, another of the 4 great clans, undertook an investigation but struggled to uncover any meaningful leads. Only fragmentary witness accounts were gathered, describing a swift assault on the Shui clan followed by a rapid, all-consuming fire that razed everything. A mere trio of servants managed to escape by using a concealed back entrance. Out of over 1,000 disciples and attendants, just 3 survivors remained, individuals who had witnessed nothing. Anxiety gripped everyone. Upon learning of the mastermind's execution, the Wang clan's great ancestor recognized the formidable disguise technique. His thoughts turned to the rebellious elders within the Wang clan. In a sudden realization, he leapt to his feet, issuing an urgent command: probe the Wang clan. Identify and apprehend any of our disciples displaying unusual behavior. The news quickly spread, leaving Yan's influential factions stunned. Meanwhile, at the Faith Manor, Bai Laobo observed palace guards meticulously scouring the premises for clues, ultimately departing empty-handed. Upon learning of Murong Lin's situation, Chief Guard Chen Yang sighed, I truly didn't anticipate this turn of events. Bai Laobo inquired, what surprised you? Chen Yang paused before chuckling. I didn't sense anything amiss about the third prince's behavior these past days. I didn't expect him not to be himself. Bai Laobo joined in the laughter. So, you shared this information with the eldest prince? In the room, only Chamberlain Bai Laobo and Chief Guard Chen Yang were present. Chen Yang's complexion drained of color, the room's atmosphere growing tense with Bai Laobo's words. He stammered, Great Chamberlain, what are you saying? I don't understand. Bai Laobo's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixed on Chen Yang like a judge delivering a verdict. Must I spell it out? You're a spy, placed within the faith manor by the eldest prince, am I wrong? Chen Yang's initially honest expression contorted, revealing a sinister expression that seemed utterly incongruous on his imposing figure. In an instant, he lunged at Bai Laobo. Despite being on par with Bai Laobo in terms of cultivation, he held the advantage of youth. Chen Yang held the misguided belief that he could confront Bai Laobo and make a clean escape afterwards. Unfortunately for him, his assumptions were gravely mistaken. A gleam of a blade's light flashed, and Chen Yang's body was cleaved in two with brutal efficiency. His entrails spilt forth, mingling with his blood. A pitiful cry began to escape his lips but was cut short abruptly. With indignant eyes fixed on Bai Laobo, Chen Yang managed to utter, When did you figure it out? Bai Laobo's laughter rang out, A month ago. Did you ever wonder why all of you were permitted to learn about the master's connection to the blood spirits? Chen Yang's face underwent a series of transformations, ultimately settling into a mixture of horror and indignation. As a spy, he possessed a shrewd mind. Piecing together the unfolding events within the capital and realizing Murong Lin had known his true identity for some time, he grew suspicious of a deeper scheme at play. His master, Murong Ding, was just a pawn on a larger chessboard. Murong Lin. Is it true? Or is it fake? A thought flashed through his mind, but he never had the chance to voice it. He was dead. The blade's radiance had emanated from the three great butcher kings, and the wielder slowly retracted the knife. It commences tomorrow night. Chamberlain Bai, ensure all preparations are in place. Understood. Meanwhile, the unrelenting General Zhang Tiansheng and his squad stumbled upon a monumental revelation. Originally recovering within the capital, Zhang Tiansheng quickly dispatched a group outside the city upon realizing a disturbing truth. Today marked their discovery of a crucial corpse. It was the lifeless form of a spiritual familiar. The lifeless body they discovered belonged to none other than the treasured spirit familiar of the veteran general Wen Tianluo, the long-snout dog. The dog's life mirrored the general's alive when he lived, and dead when he perished. After decades of camaraderie with Wen Tianluo, Zhang Tiansheng was acutely aware of this bond. Analyzing the long-snout dog's demise, Zhang Tiansheng couldn't deny the inevitable, Wen Tianluo was dead. Now, a perplexing question arose, who, then, was the commander leading the formidable 400,000-strong army on the front lines? Chapter 73, A Peaceful Day. Today, was a very peaceful day. In the southern region, the tides of war had begun to ebb, with the South Village Army and the surrounding forces reaching an impasse. The battle's resolution remained elusive without the intervention of sky-reaching realm experts. Simultaneously, the uprisings that had erupted across the 32 counties had gradually subsided. The leaders of these rebels had mysteriously vanished, leaving their followers disoriented and defeated in a seemingly endless cycle. Even the internal strife within the major influential powers was being doused, seemingly due to a leadership vacuum that left rebellious flames without a focal point. In the heart of the capital, the remnants of the Shui clan lay scattered. Time had yet to allow for the cleansing of the aftermath. While the mysterious force responsible for the utter annihilation of the Shui clan remained concealed, it was universally understood that no one had the capability to provoke such a formidable entity. Consequently, a pervasive apprehension led most to distance themselves from any potential involvement. Collectively, the prevailing belief held that the Shui clan's tragic downfall was a direct consequence of their ill-fated choices, an ill-judged affront to forces beyond their reckoning. This conviction, however, remained shrouded in uncertainty. This prevailing atmosphere prompted the various influential factions to cautiously deploy their spies for covert investigations within the capital, each seeking to unravel the mystery veiled beneath the Shui clan's demise. At the present moment, Murong Lin lay within the chambers of the Imperial Physician Chambers, accompanied by an elderly man at his side. Although his complexion appeared to exhibit a slight improvement, this apparent recovery was in truth a skillful facade, meticulously crafted through the adept manipulation of his spiritual powers. Beside him stood an elderly figure, his form slightly hunched and his voice steeped in respect as he addressed Murong Lin, who was reclined in a chair comfortably. His Majesty, the Emperor, has conveyed his wishes that the third prince need not attend the morning court tomorrow. Your well-being and recovery take precedence. With a determined shake of his head, Murong Lin dismissed the suggestion, struggling to rise from the chair as he respectfully cupped his hands. There's no need to worry. My injuries are of little consequence. As you can see, I'm already capable of standing. The old man regarded Murong Lin with a mixture of sympathy and concern, his gaze imploring as he endeavored to persuade him, Your Highness, it has scarcely been a day since your rescue from the clutches of those vile tormentors. You've endured unspeakable torture. Rest is imperative. Yet, Murong Lin's resolve remained unshaken as he spoke with unwavering conviction, I must disagree. My injuries are trifling, I assure you, I am perfectly well. With a gentle shake of his head, he channeled a trace of his spiritual powers, subtly emphasizing that his injuries were inconsequential. Realizing the futility of his persuasion, the old man acquiesced with a nod, Very well, Your Highness. Tonight, there is a grand banquet planned at the Imperial Court. Will the third prince be able to grace the event with his presence? A smile graced Murong Lin's lips as he replied, Absolutely. What is the occasion? With his hands cupped together, the old man explained, It is a celebration of victory, a feast orchestrated by His Majesty. Princes, princesses, the poisonous old ghost and his disciple, Tang Qin, have been summoned to partake in this event. I recall that on a prior occasion, the third prince's presence was regretfully declined due to pressing matters. Will Your Highness be able to grace us with your presence this time? Murong Lin immediately nodded his head with a grateful expression, I shall most certainly attend. However, regarding the past instance you mentioned, I have no recollection of such a refusal. Was it, perhaps, some miscommunication that occurred among my subordinates? After a brief moment of reflection, the old man's recollection finally aligned, the third prince had been replaced long before that occasion. The realization of this mistake flushed his face with embarrassment as he offered a hasty apology. Yet, Murong Lin's response was magnanimous, dismissing the matter with a casual wave of his hand, indicating that no offense was taken. Once the old man had departed, Murong Lin's expression shifted back to one of indifference. Without turning back, he asked, Is everything prepared? Qing Miaolu's hoarse voice emerged from a corner, Master, all preparations have been completed. His tone betrayed a restrained excitement, like a quiver barely held in check. Murong Lin's tone remained calm, Excellent. Tonight, our aim is victory. Yes. Came the swift and resolute reply as Qing Miaolu's form seemed to waver momentarily before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in another part of the country, inside the grand residence of the eldest prince, Murong Ding displayed a cordial smile as he poured a cup of tea, offering it to Tang Qin, Brother Tang, I must express my profound gratitude for this golden occasion to shine in my father's presence. Allow me to extend to you this token of appreciation in the form of tea. Tang Qin lifted the offered cup, acknowledging the gesture. Unbeknownst to Murong Ding, the credit for the astute analysis that had so effectively impressed Murong Dong which he stole had conveniently obscured Tang Qin's involvement. This strategic move had, in turn, enabled Tang Qin to remain in the shadows. By hiding his involvement, Tang Qin subtly conveyed the discerning vigilance ingrained within a disciple of the Tang sect. Consequently, Murong Ding's shameless misappropriation of credit did not provoke the slightest frustration in Tang Qin. Furthermore, for Tang Qin, avenging his father marked a resolution to his vendetta. Tang Qin's spirits were at an all-time high, having achieved his revenge and ascended from the 7th layer of the origin realm to nearly reaching the manifestation realm, an impressive feat at just 15 years of age. Murong Ding, taking heed of his advisors, contemplated the idea of bringing Tang Qin onto his side, especially considering the support he received from the poisonous old ghost. No need for gratitude. However, I can't help but worry about potential trouble at the banquet tonight. Tang Qin felt uneasy. A principle from the Tang sect echoed in his mind, unspoken unease often hinted at visible turmoil. Tang Qin harbored uncertainty about the impending evening. Clutching his newly refined hidden weapon, he found solace in its reassuring weight. By his side, Lu Haimiao of the Zhongxiang gang sat, her face adorned with a shy bashfulness. The trials they weathered together had forged an unspoken bond, one etched in shared experiences. Their journey from the valley's clutches to the capital, orchestrating an audacious strike against Duke Sheng's estate, and their audacious escape from the clutches of the palace guards had become cherished memories that flickered vividly through her mind. These recollections ignited an uncontainable surge of affection within her, giving rise to feelings she found herself unable to suppress. In stark contrast, Tang Qin grappled with inner turmoil. Love was a rare occurrence among disciples of the Tang sect, and even rarer was the longevity of such emotions. Consequently, he dared not confront the sentiments he harbored for Lu Haimiao. In a conscious act of avoidance, he chose to overlook the overt affection Lu Haimiao displayed towards him. Lu Haimiao held a genuine fondness for the young man before her, a sentiment she bravely confronted. She addressed Tang Qin directly, "My father is arriving in the capital tonight. I'd like you to meet him later." Murong Ding's invitation to the evening's banquet had not been extended to Lu Haimiao due to her standing as the eldest child of the Zhongxiang gang, and she had no choice but to bid her farewell to Tang Qin for now. Tang Qin maintained his composure, taking a sip of tea before calmly responding, "I have to attend the banquet tonight, I fear that I don't have the time." Lu Haimiao's frustration manifested in a determined shrug, "I don't care. You must come tonight. Or I'll make sure you regret it." With a resolute knock on Tang Qin's forehead, she turned on her heel and stormed out of the manor. "That big stupid oaf! Can't he see my feelings towards him? Humph! Men are such blockheads." Tang Qin's expression contorted into an awkward grimace as he remained seated within the manor. His gaze inadvertently turned towards Murong Ding, who sported an all too interested expression. With an inward cringe, Tang Qin hastily averted his gaze, hoping to cloak his emotions. Murong Ding's voice, punctuated by the clinking of his teacup, cut through the air. "Feelings, once lost, may vanish forever. Beware the sting of regret when that moment arrives." Murong Ding's words struck a chord within Tang Qin, amplifying his internal turmoil. "It's not as if I'm blind. It's just hard to acknowledge." In a surge of frustration, Tang Qin drained the contents of his teacup in a single gulp. His master was still resting within the imperial court, and Tang Qin and the poisonous old ghost stood as the sole guests to be invited to the impending banquet. Tang Qin's sole lingering concern rested with the whereabouts of General Zhang Tiansheng. Even after asking around at his residence, any trace of him remained elusive. According to the eldest prince, General Zhang Tiansheng had inexplicably departed the city at the helm of his troops. While the situation appeared to be resolved on the surface, an undercurrent of unease persisted within Tang Qin. Beyond the city's confines, along a nondescript path, Zhang Tiansheng led his mounted soldiers in a hasty return toward the capital. Finally identifying the root of his unease, Zhang Tiansheng had pieced together the recent events that had unfolded within the city. A meticulous analysis spurred by intuition unveiled a larger conspiracy at hand, one that loomed ominously. "Tang Qin, I pray that you remain untangled from this turmoil. If you were to perish, I'd meet my end with a heart laden in shame before your father." Seated atop his mount, Zhang Tiansheng thought to himself as his gaze fixed ahead, the outline of the capital materializing on the horizon. What sort of power could orchestrate such a covert scheme? Is it you, third prince? A gut feeling guided his thoughts. Dread weighed heavily on his heart, an ominous presentiment shadowed his return to the capital. He dreaded that this return to the capital might seal his fate. Chapter 74, The Start. Tonight, the imperial palace emanated a resplendent glow, illuminating the aftermath of the recent battle that had besieged its grounds just a day prior. Remarkably, the palace stood unscathed, a testament to the swift and decisive suppression of the rebellion. Within the palace, Murong Tong orchestrated a lavish feast set amidst a serene bamboo forest. Delicate bamboo leaves descended gracefully from the heavens, adorning the expansive, polished stone flooring. Small tables punctuated the space, creating an inviting tableau. The ambience was a tapestry of bamboo, gently rustling in the breeze as the radiant moon held its celestial vigil. Moonlight danced upon the ground, fractured by the quivering leaves of the bamboo trees. At the heart of this idyllic setting lay a feast, where beautiful female attendants glided to and fro, tending to the needs of the guests. Seated atop the pinnacle of the arrangement was Murong Ding, flanked by two female servants. He presided over a lavish spread of delectable dishes and spirits. To the left was Murong Ding's table, flanked by the third prince, Murong Lin, and further down, the sixth princess, Murong Lu. Nearby, Murong Ran, due to his youth, found his place beside Murong Tong. On the right, sat the poisonous old ghost and his disciple, Tang Qin. While Murong Ding basked in the glory, Murong Tong recognized that it was Tang Qin who had unraveled the truth. In a hushed revelation, the poisonous old ghost disclosed Tang Qin's true identity, the son of the great general, Tang Tianhao. For Murong Tong, securing Tang Qin was pivotal. He believed it could sway the allegiance of three loyal generals, sworn to Tang Tianhao, to his side, thereby giving him control over the nation's military. This rationale prompted his invitation to both the poisonous old ghost and Tang Qin for the banquet. Once all had settled into their respective seats, Emperor Murong Tong sat down slowly with an air of dignity. His gaze swept over the gathering before he raised his cup, a sense of contentment evident on his features. Everyone, your recent aid has been invaluable. Tonight, I can finally lay to rest the burden that has weighed upon my heart. So, let us raise our glasses and enjoy this evening together. In unison, the assembled company lifted their cups. A spectrum of emotions played across the faces of those present. Murong Ding's expression reflected shock and elation, Murong Lin appeared pale, Murong Lu maintained an air of detachment, the poisonous old ghost wore a knowing smile, and Tang Qin exuded a calm composure. Even young Murong Ran, a mere 10 years old, proudly elevated his little wine glass in celebration. Drink! With swift swigs, the wine coursed through their veins, lending a rosy hue to their complexions and infusing the atmosphere with an air of ease. In the wake of the toast, Murong Tong and the poisonous old ghost engaged in relaxed conversation, unbefitting of their esteemed statuses as practitioners of the sky-reaching realm. On the contrary, Murong Ding scooped up the slightly dazed Murong Ran, who occupied a seat near the emperor, and took it upon himself to feed the young child. Beside them, Murong Lin continued his facade of weakness, eating slowly with an unmistakably pallid complexion. Murong Lu and Tang Qin remained silent, keeping to themselves. Haha, it seems the realm of Yan is brimming with emerging talents this year. Our internal tournament will indeed be a stiffer competition than 5 years prior, with a host of remarkable prodigies vying for recognition. Yet, none can hold a candle to your disciple, poisonous old ghost. Raising his cup with a touch of pride, the poisonous old ghost continued, your words are too kind. My disciple is but an unremarkable individual, albeit possessing a touch of acumen. The exchange continued, with mutual compliments flowing freely. Truth be told, the poisonous old ghost quipped, I've scarcely contributed to his tutelage, he has forged his own path in the realm of cultivation. Alas, he may find the competition among the princes a formidable challenge. Those guys have truly put me to shame this time. Oh well, let it pass. By the way, I've been wondering, is Tang Qin perhaps already married? A subtle shift rippled across the faces of those present. Murong Ding registered astonishment, Murong Lu appeared ashen, while Tang Qin bore an expression of helplessness. Tang Qin cupped his hands to speak, only to halt upon noticing the gaze of the sixth princess. With a wistful smile, he found his voice, "Your Majesty, there's someone I hold dear in my heart." Murong Tong waved dismissively, albeit with a hint of awkwardness, "Why make such a fuss? After all, aren't men naturally inclined toward polygamy? What are your thoughts on my daughter, Luer?" The implication behind Murong Tong's words was glaringly apparent. Clearly, Murong Tong's interest in Tang Qin extended beyond mere curiosity. He was contemplating the prospect of welcoming Tang Qin into the family as his son-in-law. However, his actions only served to rattle Murong Lu, her emotions surging like a tempest. Never had she anticipated her father's brazen suggestion, especially in the wake of her recent separation from Sheng Yi. What did he consider her? A mere pawn, a bargaining chip to be exchanged at will? She, the sixth princess of the country, didn't even have the right to decide her own love and marriage? As the tide of emotions coursed through her, her countenance morphed from red to pallid, and then to a muted shade of green. Tang Qin, too, stood stunned by Murong Tong's unexpected proposal. The banquet, as he saw it, was nothing more than a simple gathering, rendering the topic of marriage entirely unforeseen. Observing Murong Liu's swiftly shifting complexion, a tide of awkwardness swelled within him. He hastened to interject, "While the sixth princess is indeed a paragon of beauty and allure, I, a commoner of modest origins, dare not entertain the notion of such a connection. Ha ha ha! If I proclaim you worthy, then worthy you shall be." Murong Liu's temper is far from serene, and her temper ignites like wildfire. Finding a willing suitor for her seems like an insurmountable task. "How about this, I'll entrust her to you." Murong Ding's laughter reverberated as he approached Tang Qin. "Enough of this." Springing to her feet, Murong Lu shot a venomous glare at her own father, her words dripping with indignation, "I have finished eating, I shall take my leave first." With her proclamation still hanging in the air, she moved to depart. Yet, her intentions were swiftly thwarted by Murong Tong's piercing command, his voice laced with fury. "Halt right there!" The potent energy of a sky-reaching realm expert surged forth, coercing Murong Lu to freeze in her tracks. Her expression betrayed a mix of anxiety and helplessness, an unfamiliar sensation considering her father's prior indulgence. In moments past, her father had never raised his voice, let alone unleashed his ire upon her. And she, the treasured sixth princess, had basked in his affection. However, the dynamics had shifted since her engagement to Sheng Yi, revealing a stark truth she was forced to reckon with: her father's apparent love had been a mere facade all along. In truth, her imperial father, Murong Tong, held a deeper allegiance to the prosperity of the imperial lineage. If a union promised gain, he was prepared to barter her off to anyone. This reality had held true in the past, and it retained its grip on the present. Tears traced their sorrowful paths down her cheeks, silently bearing witness to her anguish. Inwardly, she longed to seek solace in her mother's embrace and unburden her grievances, yet the weight of her father's seething anger paralyzed her every step. Murong Tong's fury appeared boundless, amplified by the suppressive expanse of his sky-reaching realm aura that pervaded the surroundings. The very air seemed to shimmer with his wrath, a tempest that even those seated nearby, such as Murong Ding and Murong Lin, couldn't escape unscathed. Swiftly, Murong Ding encircled Murong Ran, shielding the young boy. With a sense of security, Murong Ran nestled into the protective embrace of his seemingly benevolent elder brother. While Murong Lin outwardly feigned to be pale, his gaze secretly lingered on Tang Qin. As for Tang Qin, he found himself caught in a whirlwind of bewilderment. The intensity of Murong Tong's reaction had caught him entirely off guard. Had he foreseen this, he would have firmly declined the proposition, thereby sparing himself the current predicament. In the current juncture, Murong Tong's primary focus was on delivering a firm lesson to Murong Lu, a bid to quell her pride and insubordination. Imperial Father, Murong Liu's smile bore a tinge of bitterness, her tears intermingling with the taste of her own sorrow. Within her eyes, a glimmer of desperation flickered momentarily. Yet, pinned beneath the weight of Murong Tong's overbearing aura, her actions were stifled. Tears blurred her vision, casting a haze upon the world around her. Then, an abrupt intrusion shattered the scene. Sharp, high-pitched noises that wormed their way into her ears. In tandem, luminous masses materialized above, emitting a blinding radiance akin to a cascade of fireworks. Ping! 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 A multitude of these radiant spectacles adorned the sky above the capital. What? A collective astonishment gripped the assembly, prompting swift turns of heads toward the display unfolding above the capital. What swiftly ensued was a cacophony of unrest and the echoes of slaughter. Murong Tong's expression contorted, his rage reverberating through a bellowed cry. The Imperial Palace is under attack. Chapter 75, Showing his hand. Amidst the night's hush, fireworks ignited the sky, their brilliant bursts preceding the cacophony of screams and turmoil that swept through. These clamors emerged not far from the scene, more precisely, they resonated from within the Imperial Palace itself. At the palace's forecourt, where the guards maintained their nightly patrols, a chaotic clash seemed to be underway. At the palace's rear, a haunting symphony of shrieks and agonizing wails resounded, a scene of even graver distress. Though Murong Tong lacked information about the identities of the assailants wreaking havoc upon the palace, the orchestrated nature of this ambush was evident. With his aura retracting from Murong Lu and stabilizing, he harnessed his sky-reaching realm spiritual powers, propelling himself aloft. Addressing the poisonous old ghost positioned below him, he shouted, "Mr. Poisonous old ghost, I implore your assistance to exterminate these traitorous assailants." The poisonous old ghost acknowledged the request with a nod, though his gaze inadvertently intersected with Murong Lin's. Subsequently, a glimmer of comprehension flitted across his eyes following a subtle nod from Murong Lin. In the meantime, Murong Tong was preparing to hasten toward the turmoil when a foreboding sensation gripped him. Alarms of peril echoed within his mind, prompting him to pivot in a bid to fend off an impending ambush. No! Reacting swiftly, he shielded himself with his arms and confronted his assailant, his eyes narrowing upon the figure before him. It was none other than the poisonous old ghost himself. With an abrupt motion, the poisonous old ghost overturned a nearby table, sending dishes and spirits crashing to the ground. Even a female attendant situated nearby was unceremoniously thrown off her feet. Seizing the moment, the poisonous old ghost launched a surprise assault, his frigid and ruthless spiritual power surging as he flew towards Murong Tong. The abrupt assault shocked the onlookers. Murong Ding and Murong Lu stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes fixed upon the shocking sight of the poisonous old ghost launching an attack on their own imperial father. Tang Qin wore an expression of bewildered astonishment, while Murong Lin deftly sidestepped the commotion, clapping his hands and conjuring two additional figures from the forest nearby. These newcomers bore the unmistakable marks of age, their faces etched with deep wrinkles. Indeed, they were the flowering steel trees, the individuals who had resorted to a forbidden technique to confront the Shui clan's great ancestor. Amidst the chaos, Murong Tong's realization dawned upon him as the poisonous old ghost's assault unfurled. A complex mix of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief flickered across his features. After all, they had been engaged in amicable conversation not long ago, even teetering on the cusp of forging an in-law connection. So why this sudden and shocking attack? The incredulity held him momentarily in its grip, but he swiftly regathered his wits. Possessing the prowess of the second layer within the sky-reaching realm, Murong Tong retained a clear advantage over the poisonous old ghost, who remained confined within the first layer. Murong Tong tilted his body as he expertly countered the poisonous old ghost's attack, seamlessly circulating the Murong clan's lower sky-grade cultivation technique, known as the sky-devouring return. In an instant, Murong Tong's form blurred, his movements resembling those of a swift swallow as he avoided the poisonous old ghost's attack. Quicker than a heartbeat, he reappeared before his opponent. In an unexpected twist, Murong Tong's actions had deviated from everyone's expectations. With no time to waste, Murong Lin gave the command, setting the flowering steel trees into motion. The result was instantaneous. The formidable impact of Murong Tong's strike propelled the poisonous old ghost through the air, who seemed to have been caught off guard. However, just as Murong Tong poised for another attack against his now airborne foe, his attention was abruptly diverted by the appearance of two mysterious figures behind him, prompting him to shift his focus. In this crucial instant, Murong Tong also noticed the mysterious expression adorning Murong Lin's face. Amidst the aftermath of the intense clash, the remaining witnesses either cowered in terror on the ground or withdrew to the sidelines, their faces a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. Amidst this spectacle, Murong Lin alone stood unperturbed, a knowing smile curving his lips as he stood with arms casually crossed, observing the unfolding events. "You! It was you!" Murong Tong's voice resounded with fury. In unison, the gazes of those present turned toward Murong Lin. There stood Murong Lin, positioned on the sidelines, surrounded by figures clad in green attire. Their heads were respectfully lowered as they whispered something into his ear. Blood-stained knives were clutched in their hands, the crimson evidence of recent violence glistening on the blades. Evidently, they were the orchestrators of the attack on the Imperial Palace. As the revelation unfolded, Murong Ding and Murong Liu's expressions underwent a profound transformation, morphing into visages of stark horror. The young Murong Ran appeared bewildered, seeking refuge behind Murong Ding, unsure of his next move. Tang Qin, who had hastened to assist the poisonous old ghost, bore a perplexed expression as he absorbed Murong Tong's accusatory words. After aiding the poisonous old ghost to his feet, Tang Qin shifted his gaze toward Murong Lin. As the collective attention remained riveted on him, Murong Lin advanced with a deliberate stride, his tone imbued with indifference as he spoke. "Imperial Father, should I call you clever, or foolish?" His measured pace carried him forward, and from within his bag of holding, Murong Lin produced a knife. Easily mistaken for a slender string when seen from the side, the knife was deceptively thin, easily overlooked by inattentive eyes. Yet, undeniable was its presence, a tangible item firmly cradled within Murong Lin's grip. Amidst the tumult, Murong Ding surged forward, his voice resonating in a thunderous bellow. "Third brother, what is the meaning of this? Are you harboring thoughts of rebellion?" His gaze was initially fixed upon Murong Tong, positioned at the heart of the unfolding turmoil. Sighing inwardly with relief as he perceived Murong Tong valiantly subduing the enemies, Murong Ding then shifted his focus to cast a reproachful glare at Murong Lin. In response to this gaze, Murong Lin's silhouette flickered. In the span of an eye's blink, he materialized at Murong Ding's side, unleashing a forceful punch aimed squarely at his forehead. Caught off guard, Murong Ding, who occupied the 9th layer of the Origin Realm, was unable to discern Murong Lin's attack until he was struck. The impact of the strike propelled Murong Ding's body through the air, hurtling him towards the bamboo forest that lay behind them. Murong ran, gripped by terror, paled as he cried out in distress. Wearing an expression of helplessness, Murong Lin flung Murong Ran towards Murong Lu, urging them, "Get out of here. This is not something you two should get involved in." While Murong Lu was arrogant and rude, she never had any grudges towards Murong Lin considering their limited personal interactions. Meanwhile, Murong Ran's tender age and his prior attachment to Murong Lin's side made it understandable that Murong Lin didn't intend on doing any harm to him. However, the revolting hypocrisy of Murong Ding, masquerading as a gentleman before their imperial father while secretly dispatching spies to surveil him within his own manor, filled him with disgust. Naturally, Murong Lin had prepared appropriate measures to deal with him in the future. Upon hearing his words, Murong Lu swiftly scooped up Murong Ran and rushed towards the bamboo forest at the side to seek cover, though they didn't venture too far from the scene. Her hesitation was prompted by the piercing screams echoing from within the imperial palace, which left Murong Lu wary of recklessly venturing further. Murong Tong, an experienced second-layer sky-reaching realm expert, effortlessly held the upper hand against the two flowering steel trees, who had recently broken through to the same realm. Witnessing Murong Lin effortlessly launch Murong Ding through the air with a single strike, Murong Tong's expression twisted in a blend of disbelief and rage. His voice thundered with fury as he demanded an answer. Murong Lin, do you truly intend to ignite a rebellion? Fixing a peculiar gaze on Murong Tong, Murong Lin retorted, can't you see? I'm genuinely rebelling. Tang Qian, it's about time you realized, isn't it? He raised his knife and slowly swung it toward Murong Tong. The blade's intangible radiance collided with Murong Tong's form, tearing through his garments as though they were mere paper. The sheer sharpness of the blade was inconceivable. He wanted to thoroughly humiliate Murong Tong. Tang Qian, who was providing support to the poisonous old ghost at the sidelines, stood with a deathly pale complexion. He murmured to himself, it can't be, it can't be. You. It's you. You are the true mastermind behind all of this. Tang Qian's anguished cry erupted, laden with despair. Murong Tong faltered as well, turning to Murong Lin with an expression of shock. You were the one secretly orchestrating everything. It was your scheme to use the blood spirits to create the tragedy in the valley. You eliminated them to ensure silence, leading to the demise of Duke Sheng's estate. You were the one that framed me for the murder of the seventh prince. And you masked your identity by pretending that you were replaced by someone else. You were the one who eradicated the entire Shui clan. Tang Qian himself was momentarily taken aback by his own revelations. Yet, as he weighed the pieces of the puzzle, he found himself growing increasingly convinced of the truth behind his claims. Rumors of the third prince's strained relations with the Shui clan had circulated, and the presence of two first-layer sky-reaching realm experts before them was more than capable of executing such a monumental scheme. Everything you orchestrated, was it all for tonight? Murong Tong asked. A vibrant green aura enveloped him as he